so yeah, be sure that you don't hyperextend too long. Like, see how, boom, it stretches out, and then finally it gets back down. So limit that hyperextension. Don't hyperextend. So don't hyperextend. But I think what we could benefit from is, so right now he's stretching out, and then he's like taking a slow, weird step with that other foot. So instead, I think you could benefit from going when that hip goes up, you could bring that leg up as well, and then boom, settle all at once. So is he doing like a pop in his collar right there? I'm guessing. That's what it looks like to me. So I'm thinking instead we could have a pose that is same upper body, lower body just has. Well, this hip might be have to be a little bit lower to limit the hyperextension. But maybe we could bring the leg out here, so it's up with that hip and not kind of disconnected from it. Because see how it like slowly interpolates into this. It's either be up here or get down here in a more naturalistic way. One of those is going to be your ticket. But I love the timing on this. Yeah. So good. I love the hang. Oh my god. There's some wildness. There's like an extra key in this hip right here, but oh, yeah, that clap and jacket pop is so sad. Right, David? It fucking is. I love it. And the clap's so perfectly timed. I like on this clap, I kind of want to like have like his mouth open like a little bit, like in like a bit of a smile, and like maybe eyes closed, because he's just like like he's feeling himself right there. So I think that could be you could definitely play with the face right there. Do the face last though. Let's get the body working nicely. But yeah, you might need to do an Euler filter on this. I can show you guys how, because basically sometimes when you're animating stuff, things will start rotating really weird, and that's called the gimbal lock. We've seen it in the class already, but I'll go over that again. Euler filter. Or sometimes Euler filter doesn't work, and we have to switch over to what the hell is it called? It's like under the curves menu, curves. Well, Euler filter is also in your graph editor. If you go to curves, and then Euler filter right there. But if you go to curves and then what is it called? Let's create this. Yeah. Curves, change rotation interpolation, quaternion, like one of these quaternions ones. It's basically a different way of dealing with rotation. So yeah, it's a much more useful. Oh, whoops, sorry, I just canceled my I just canceled my freaking screen share. 1 second, let me get that up. Where is it? Hello screen share. Where are you? Speak to me, screen share. Oh, sorry, there we go. Whoops. Cheers to your sound. Boom. So yeah, curves, change, rotation. Oops. Interpolation. And then it's quaternion. And that's just some math bullshit, in case you guys were wondering. Basically, 3 angles is too little. It's too few to describe how things rotate in 3D space. And you get something called gimbal lock. You need a 4th channel in there. So right now you have X, Y, and Z. That's just the 3 channels that you have for your rotations. But if you add a 4th one in there, it prevents that gimbal lock, because then you can spin on all axes. If you ever dealt with like a camera rig, then you know, like, you've probably seen that if you're doing some crazy movements. And it's just some nerdy stuff that you don't have to worry about. But yeah, just know that if you get weird rotations, like see how that wrist kind of bobbles around there, you might have just a bunch of keys in there and you could simplify the rotation curves on those. But I think this is kind of looking like gimbal lock to me. So yeah, just make sure those are clean. Also track the arc of it, see how it kind of dips down and pops, and yeah. But I'm loving this. I'm loving this scene. Watch out for the hyperextension on the elbows here. I'm just gonna say H. Let's just do hyper. And also, I would kind of work on the pose as well. You might even be able to break the silhouette by bringing this arm across, because he's to get that extra swag factor. Might even be able to pull it that far, you see. Then we'll break the silhouette right here. Right now we're tangenting with the core of his body. You want to avoid that. Of course, it's going to change based on your final camera angle, which I don't know exactly what it is. But yeah, I think you could benefit from bringing the hand out this far. But yeah. So funny. I love this. And then I'm going to mark the weird rotation. So good. I love this. I love this scene. All right. Hell yeah. Okay. I escaped math by running into the arts, but here we are. Oh, you fool. You wandered straight back into them. That's 3D for you, though. You know, there's not much math for animation, but there's a small little bit. Yeah. Especially if you're doing like video game stuff, because then like they'll have specific animations that like you need to be moving. The character needs to move at 30. They need to move at like 4 meters per second, and at 30 frames per second. Then you're like, oh man, so I need to go like 1 meter every 1/4 of a frame, and then so then you're like doing dumb stuff. But it's not crazy math. It's not crazy math. But yeah, thanks for sharing. This is I love how the scene's coming along. Ray, I think I think you should be good to, like, I think you could finish this in 1 week. Like this is like pretty far along. Unless you're gonna do more of this, but like I like what you have right here. Yeah, I think you'll be good to finish it by next week. But yeah, this is so sick. I love it. I hope everyone else enjoyed it as well. I saw some positivity in the comments, so I think they do. Next up is David. David, you got some dope stuff going on here. There's some very dope stuff. I can see that I can see that hard surface is kind of giving you some issues here a little bit. And your symmetry is a little, it seems to have fallen off. So I can show you how to fix both of those. If you'd like, if that'd be nice and helpful for you, then I'm very, very down to show you. Yeah, this will just take a lot of polishing. Keep it. I like this level of detail that you have on it. Really good poly count for this sort of stage where you're trying to kind of iron out these bigger shapes. Yeah, perfect workable size right there. And I feel like you're capturing the proportions very well too. So yeah, I think you're well on your way with this mask here. Let's look at the full body. I'm guessing that the character's face is going to be in the is the character's face going to be in the final, or is it going to be covered up with a visor?
I think it depends on like how far I get along with the proportions of the body first.
I love that answer. I love that answer. Very modular, very easy to change course if things need to be. Yeah, so I see that the hands. Let me see. Can I enlarge this? Hands could use a little bit of work there. Simply because you have this like weird kind of rotation at the top of that wrist out. I would say go in with your move tool and start moving things around there. I think the proportion of where this band is a little bit too high in comparison to the reference, like just barely. Because right now, like I imagine that that wristband kind of lines up, like if I can move this down. Like I feel like it would be like right under the elbow in your reference drawing, but in the sculpt it looks like it's like right over the elbow itself. So I would maybe slip that down just like an inch or like a half an inch, you know. But yeah, it's looking good, looking good. I see that you're going for some of the hard surface stuff here as well. Do you want me to show you the hard surface again? Because it can be pretty tricky to get it looking sharp.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I feel like it looks too organic on the
Right.
body.
And that's gonna be the problem with it. Like that's like 100% just the hardest thing to fight is the organicness of it, right? Because that's what ZBrush is like amazing at, right? It comes so naturally in ZBrush. Let's see. Let's look at proportion. I feel like the chest plate comes like right now you have like a kind of horizontal line right here, whereas in your reference it kind of bevels down or kind of bows down, which I agree with that design choice. Let's see. These might. See, in your reference, it looks like they're kind of like rotated outward, but I suppose that's because the legs are a bit rotated outward. Like see where these knee pads are, and they would need to line up with the sort of thigh guards as well. So yeah, that'll just be some move tool stuff. But I think I like where your knee pads are right now. So if you can somehow bridge the gap and kind of rotate these inward a little bit and bring them down to cinch up there, I think that'd be good. And then the feet, they're coming along. They're coming along. I like the sort of silhouette that you got. It looks like you're getting a good amount of the main shapes in there. Honestly, your reference doesn't have much detail in the feet, so you can just kind of freeball that, and you'll do fine, I think. But yeah, it's coming along. I think you could use a little bit of structure in the neck as well. Like your underlying anatomy is a little bit comes down to that point right there, whereas your reference has this nice slope in here. So get a little bit of that back in there. But then yeah, always look at it in 3 dimensions. Be like, does this look appealing? Does this look good? But yeah, but this is coming along great. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. How do you like ZBrush so far?
I like it. Sometimes it gets weird because when I use the smooth brush, it doesn't work. So I have to close it and restart it.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
On what? Like, are you on the proper sub tool?
Yeah, like I'm on the main mesh when I'm trying to smooth things out. It just doesn't work. Same thing with the clay build-up brush too. But when I leave the program and restart it, it just works again. So it's all good.
Weird. Well, I don't like that. That's lame. That sounds like annoying. Are you sure it's not like masked off or anything? You know how I showed that masking a little bit? Like, is the character dark gray and you can't move it around or anything? Or
No, it's good. It's like this right now when you're seeing it.
that's so weird. That's
Yeah.
so weird. I'd like to see like what it looks like when next time it's giving you problems like that,
Okay.
to see if we could fix it, because that's just annoying. It's just like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, why is it doing this?
Yeah, I checked on forums and it said like sometimes it happens to people too.
Damn. Are you on Mac or PC?
PC.
So weird, huh? Okay, well, I mean, it's not like a project ender, but that is kind of annoying. I hope we can fix that for you. But yeah, let me know next time it's happening,
Yeah, for sure.
and then we can you can share your screen to me or something, and I'll look at it or something. But yeah, great stuff overall though. It's looking great. Let's see, Benny, what is up? Let's see. Added some groovy boys. Oh hell yeah. Benny is doing this hammer. Benny, if you could do some sort of pushing in on some of these grooves as well, that'd be super sick.
Yeah, I was trying to do the carving in method. For some reason, it instead did a bevel out on top of the model, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, right. Like that's kind of. I guess that's what we're doing now. Yeah, yeah. I would definitely give carving in a little bit of a try.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll show you how to. I'll show you how to bake some maps today, Benny.
Cool.
So let me add that to the list. You'll probably be at the back end, so don't get too anxious for that.
Oh, you're fine. I'm always anxious.
Oh God, Benny, no.
No, I'm good.
Anxiety.
I'm fine.
Oh hell yeah. There we go. Let's see. Oh, I'm making some maps because you're rapidly approaching that part of the process, and I'll show you to do that in Substance, and it'll be sick.
Cool.
Hell yeah. And yeah. Let's look. I'd say once you get those maps baked out in Substance, you can also just apply some nice metal materials to this stuff,
Oh, hell yeah.
and it'll be fucking dope, dude. I would say maybe I don't know if Blender has this. I'm sure it does, but something that can kind of that can kind of trim into this edge a little bit to show some wear on that, because if you're hitting stuff with that face of the hammer, it's going to get a little dinged up. Like, yeah, I see you have like one right here, but if you could do that along this edge, I don't know if there's a brush in there that has like that sort of sculpting feature.
I could check. Do you know of anything in ZBrush that has that kind of like?
Yeah, trim dynamic is kind of what I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay.
I'll bring up a ZBrush in the background, and then we'll hop into it.
No problem. No problem. Cool.
But yeah, that'd be great for that sort of part right there. You can also do like little nicks, because like if something sharp scratches that surface, it could get like a little bit of like a cut in it,
Right.
So feel free to put some stuff in there like that as well.
Sounds good.
Nice. All right, Shay, what is up? What do we got here? Well, let's see. Oh, ZBrush is open. Hell yeah. You have an active subscription for ZBrush? It will automatically renew March 18th, 2021. Frick! They're gonna get more of my money! Guys, no! All right, so Benny, just real quick, this is what I'm talking about. Sorry, Trey. Don't mean to sideline you, but this is so let me just make a face of that hammer, kind of. So we go in here. I'm gonna turn off symmetry. There we go. Swap that out and scale this. Let's move this over. Boom. Ooh, there we go. So this is kind of like the side of the hammer that you have right now. It's got that like kind of clean edge right there. If you can find something in there that has this sort of feature, trim dynamic, and then start to kind of beat that surface up a little bit, it's going to look a lot more sort of metallic and worn. And you can
Hell
go
yeah.
into like some of these smooth parts as well, and kind of
Probably just go into ZBrush and do this then.
yeah, it'd be great. You're looking for trim dynamic for that.
Trim dynamic. Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
and you'll have to export your mesh as an FBX or an OBJ, and then
Oh
just
yeah, I watched
import it.
a tutorial how to get it out of Blender and into ZBrush and vice versa.
Oh yeah. So definitely do something like this. If you don't have enough geometry, remember you can always go to geometry and divide.
Oh yeah, I was doing that too. I had to do a bunch of subdivisions to get the carving into it because it looked really pixelated and gross.
Yeah. At the start, you're like, what the fuck is this? Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but yeah,
Dynamite made it too blocky, so I just decided, you know what? No.
yeah. So you can always upgrade the subdivisions there.
Yeah.
Remember, if you do that and then you mess up like something like, or you have to make a big change, you can always you can always drag that subdivision slider down, and then it's back in that first layer. So that's when if I'm working on a face, I'll constantly go back to subdivision level 1 and kind of mess with proportions there.
Right, because then you can go back up to your newer subdivisions and your details are still going to be there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, nice.
Cool.
Thank you for sharing. We're going to go back to Discord and Chase. So, haha. And I think this is the right one. Let me take a sip of tea real quick. Awesome. I'm gonna go back to the beginning. Yaha. Oh, I like this. See, a great camera angle sets up a lot about the scene. You can see they both have swords drawn. The sort of posing of this character kind of like it really draws the eye. You have this big shape kind of pushing in on the scene. I would say if you could rotate this sword a little bit, because right now you have this big piece of it blocking the silhouette of the rest of the sword. Can I Control Z in this? Oh yes, hell yeah. So if you could rotate this a little bit clockwise, so you could rotate it a little bit, then you'd get a silhouette of the sword that's kind of let's undo that, a little bit more tasteful, like down here, like this is where the hilt would be, and then right here, and then the rest of the blade would be kind of doing that same sort of arc. That way we're just not blocking a lot of the silhouette of this blade with the hilt right there. That's basically what we're trying to do. So you could even do a little bit less rotation than I did right here in my drawing. Feel free to dial that back, and then because it'd be a shame. I'm sure this sword probably looks really cool, so we wouldn't want to block up a lot of that silhouette there. But the staging of this shot is super sick. I love it. All right, let's see where this goes. There we go. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Jay, definitely download this plugin I'm going to show everyone. It'll really benefit you for this scene. Yeah, I'm liking this. Dun, dun, dun. We are breaking the 180 rule here a little bit. So the 180 rule is basically imagine a wall that stretches between your characters, right? So like there'd be a huge wall that kind of bisects the characters, right? So it's right there, and it goes all the way and down the center of this guy right here. And our camera can't go through that wall. So right here, you have them on the left, have other character on the right, and then they swap, or you kind of pull in right here. So we're still on the right. So we're still on the right side of that wall. And then boom, we're on the left side of that wall now. So our camera, our first camera was over here. If I just draw this in position, was down here somewhere and kind of looking up. And then it kind of just moved in that direction. And then we flipped over that. So a lot of like cinematographers don't like that because it's disorienting for the person. But I do like how you're filling this area with that posing. So if you could bring the camera over to it, like the same angle, but like mirrored onto the other side. So it'd be like just slightly to the left and looking at him from over here. Don't make it as low as this. I like how your eye level with the character. But yeah, this is just so you can, it's just for the note, so you know that you can move it over this left, and then you can try to occupy that same space with this sort of posing. So I like where he's lined up in the shot. It's just that we broke over that wall of the 180 rule. And then you'd also have, so you're kind of pulling out with that throat. That's going to be so sick. Yeah. And you could definitely, you could do that with the, you could do that with the cam as well on the, flipped over to this other side. Because also we're not flying. I mean, maybe you could leave it where it is, because like we are switching back to that other side. But I don't know. Some people do get like super triggered by that when they see people breaking the 180 rule. But I mean, it happens in movies too. Are you gonna be following the knives during that all the way to this other character?
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's gonna be sick. Like, 'cause I love how they're framed right now. And if it follows through with that, and kind of goes towards the other, that's gonna be so sick. That's gonna be so sick. I'm pumped. But yeah, so then other character slaps him out of the way, and yeah, let's see. So yeah, this is another breaking of the 180 right there. Characters flip the framing, but of course that can happen if because I can't see the ground where it exactly in the second one. It looks like the character comes in. Basically, I just need more poses in here. I think this sequence is fine. It looks like they strike swords and then end up on the other side of each other. So that's completely fine. But yeah, this is gonna be sick. This is gonna be so sick. I'm pumped. Let's see. Yeah, this is gonna be so hype. Yeah, I think during this shot, you'll have to bring that sword back down in like, because the sword's back here, right? Let me get an actual sword. But this is not an actual sword, but yeah, so it's back here. So, and then the next shot is like this for this part right there. I think it'd be a bit awkward to like parry those away and then leave it back there. I kind of want to have like this beat right there, and then do a charge forward like this, like bring that in, and then in that jump, that's when you extend it back again. I think something like that. But I'm sure you're going to do that when you animate the scene. But yeah. But yeah, it's looking great so far. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped. Anyone have any suggestions for more cool little stuff in here? Any comments? Love the staging A. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's so sick. Yeah. Looks like no one's got any suggestions because you're hitting some good notes in here. But yeah, awesome work. I'm excited to see this develop.
Nah, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Next up, we got Tam. Just doing the proportions, which is fine. The legs are a little bit bowed out right now. But I love the. I feel like you're getting the proportions down for sure. You're just gonna use the move tool on these shoulders, and then you'll be able to scale those back in. But yeah, and I'm just gonna take a good amount of work on the face. You are kind of running out of time for this, so try to get all the clothes and stuff represented. You can probably have probably a couple more weeks on this, I think, for in ZBrush time, like 2 to 3, and then the last bit's going to get a little bit crowded. But yeah, so try not to scrap your work, because I liked what you had going. If you're running into problems with it, hit me up, because if something's giving you some annoyance, then odds are I've ran into that problem as well when working, and I might have like a way to fix that. But yeah, I love how this is turning out. I especially love this witch's hat, and so I'm excited to see what the rest of it's gonna look like when it's finished to this degree. Like this hat looks super sick, so much fun. But yeah, what are your goals, Tam?
I do want to learn this character as fast as I can. I think I spent this entire week just getting used to the software, because I was floundering quite a bit last week.
Yeah, no, I mean that's completely fine. I understand. So the thing is that usually you do your texturing in Substance Painter. So I'm wondering if you'll be able to do that, because before you get it into Substance Painter, you have to do a few other steps. You have to UV it, and potentially retopologize it as well. So that'd be a kind of 2-step process right there. And those each take a week at the minimum. Retopology kind of takes like week and a half, 2 weeks.
Okay.
Have you done retopology before?
No.
No? Okay. All right. I'll go over that as well when the time comes.
Okay, cool.
But yeah. So it's I don't know. Honestly, retopology is kind of fun for me. It's like soothing. There can be some really annoying stuff though in Maya when doing it. But basically you bring it back into Maya, and then you redo all these points on the model, and then make them match up to some new geo that's more workable, something that you could actually rig and animate.
That's cool. Yeah.
And and then I'll show you some Substance Painter stuff. I'll show you a little demo today of what you can do in it. But yeah, it's coming along nicely. I'm excited to see the character get some clothes like this. I would also say that you should run a Z remesh on this hat, right? Like next time you're in ZBrush, because I can see that you're getting a little bit of stretching in some of these parts. And if you Z remesh, not Dynamesh, because Dynamesh would merge this belt to the hat itself, unless this is a different subtool. But if they're on the same subtool, it would merge those together. But yeah, for the hat, definitely Z remesh that because it'll get rid of some of the stretching. It'll make it nice and sculptable. Do a Z remesh at same. So let me just show you in Zbrush. I think Benny even linked a video from Flip Normals on this, but it's basically talking about topology. I'm gonna delete all these subdivisions. But yeah, so what I see in your hat is a little bit of stretching here. Actually, I'm going to use snake hook because that causes the most stretching ever. There we go. Right there. It's a cool brush, right? But it like really stretches out these polys. And if I look at the lines here, like, oh, look at that. Like if you tried to sketch, if you tried to do any sort of sculpting on this, it's all rippled and stuff. Like, oh, it's because those polys are so stretched out, right? So what I'm talking about when I'm saying to Z remesh this, if you do Z remesh, you can turn off adapt because we don't need it. Adapt is going to put more verts in places that are more detailed. But if we just do same. And then, yeah, that video, that was the video that I used to learn about subdivisions in Dynamesh. Yeah, absolutely. So if you do Z remesh, same, boom. Watch what happens. It's going to scan for a while. It does take a little bit of time. And yeah, just bear with me while my computer thinks. But just pay attention to where these lines are going. But yeah, video that, yeah, Benny brings up a good point too that I like to reiterate. Please look at other information out on the web. Like there's a bunch of people that do stuff on this, and like even though I go over Z remesh and Dynamesh and subdivisions in class, like it's so dense and kind of one after another. Like some things just can't sink in very well. Like there's simply because we don't have a bunch of time. But like, yeah, so feel free to look at other options on the web. But yeah, look at this topology now. Like it's flowing through all those spots. And I'm just gonna smooth that out a little bit right here and right here. But now you have something that you can really sculpt on. Like look at that. It's just all quads. It all follows the curve of the model. So yeah, that's what I mean when I'm saying Z remesh your character, and you can just use alternate smoothing. Remember, alternate smoothing is starting to smooth and then letting go of shift. That's how I do like the majority of my smoothing in ZBrush. I don't know why it's the alternate version rather than the legit one, to kind of ease out those points of tension, and then you can just sculpt on some maybe like wrinkles, whatever you want on there. But yeah, so definitely do that with your hat. But also start getting that character set up and put together. Yeah, because I feel like the proportions are mostly online. You just need to scale or just use your move brush on these deltoids a little bit. Okay. And you should be pretty set. Also, the hands are annoying. The hands are just going to take time. So definitely get in there and start putting some of those forms in there. But yeah, this is coming. Like, oh, man, I'm so excited to see the rest of the characters like gear like that. But yeah, nice noise. No problem. Grecia, I used your fixed model as reference and retraced my steps. I'm fighting the urge to redo my model, but I think I might, right? And like, I mean, we don't have a lot of time, right, in the class, so I can't really recommend that you start over, but like, you should see my hard drive. It's just filled with scrapped projects. Like that's the best way to get better, you know? So I understand if you do it, I cannot recommend it as a professor to throw out work that you've already done. But yeah, I mean, the proportions are looking pretty good though. Proportions are looking pretty good. I don't. Oh, what about this makes you want to throw it out, Grecia? Oh, could I see the reference as well?
The main thing that I don't like about the model is that you mentioned it looks like a very toned character, and she's actually a lot more petite. So that's like, if it's not gonna look completely like the character, I might as well just throw it out. And for
no,
my reference,
okay, that's no. I think that's completely fixable. I think that's completely fixable. Would you want to send the model over right now, and I can show a little bit of that?
Sure. My other main concern was that I'm not sure how like hard it would be to like force the existing geometry to like shrink itself.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to show. It's not too difficult. It's basically just your smooth brush, because like look at the form of this hat right here, how it kind of bellows out. But if I just start smoothing on this surface, see how it's like kind of starting to lose its form right there.
Mhm.
My workflow was basically, if you gave me the file, I was just going to go over some of those parts, like the deltoids are kind of popping out. That's going to make that character look ripped, you know. So I was just going to go in and dial that back with the smooth brush, and use the move brush to kind of scale it back. But yeah, if that's what you're not too hyped on, then we can completely fix that. Let's see. Is this the ZPR? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, the ZPR is that small? Oh. So I'm downloading the ZPR. Then I'm going back into Zbrush, and I'm importing. Actually, if this is the ZPR, I can just go to File, Open. I do not want to save my changes. I'm going to go to Downloads right here. Betty, Open. Could you send me the reference for the character as well?
Sure.
And I have a super small document here, so I'm going to go to New Document, and then No, and then just drag this out again. Boom. Oops, and then Edit. Oops. Got to do that again. New Document. Nope. Right here. Edit. There we go. But yeah, I'll just wait for Grecia to put in that that reference. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'll just show you how to get this into ZBrush again. I'm just going to save image. That's going into Betty Ref. It's going into my downloads. So to get that reference in ZBrush, again, it's just texture, import. Actually, it's not just, there's a few different steps in here. What? That should have gone into my downloads. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's see. Downloads. Betty Ref file. What the hell kind of extension is that? What? That's weird. Let me do a workaround real quick. Just going to oops. Let's do snipping tool. Get to new. Right here. Perfect. I can actually do a new, and I can just crop in on this because I don't need all that extra white border right there. I'm just going to save, capture. Let's do that onto my downloads folder. I'll do Betty Ref 2. There we go. Sorry about this. All right, so back to this. So to get that in ZBrush, wait a minute. There we go. It was just texture, import, Betty ref. There we go. And then nothing happens, but it shows up in here. So we click on that and then add to spotlight. Boom, we have that in our scene. We can scale that down and then left click, drag it. Biggest problem is that we can't sculpt on our mesh right now because we're in spotlight mode. See how it's kind of just moving that only when I'm clicking around. So to toggle out of that, you just press Z, boom, out of spotlight mode. Now we can't sculpt on our model. Very cool, very cool. Last step that you have to do is brush. I believe it's under samples, spotlight projection, boom. Turn that off and then you're good to go. So this character, honestly, so I think the overall proportion is a little bit, because this is like a very realistically proportioned human, I feel like. So first step, make them look less jacked. We're going to bring in the shoulders. Boom. Immediately less jacked. I'm going to size this head down as well. So it's just some overall proportion stuff that I think can be fixed. Very long legs as well. Very long legs. There we go. I'm just going to size this up. I'm using the mask right here because I want to extend that torso a little bit. And so now if I so I masked off all these points down here. If I move now, I can just drag that up. And let's look at the proportion. So still very long legs, but we have more of a regular body now. I'm going to, oops, Control Z, and go back in. I'm going to mask off the main body. And then go back in, because now I want to push the arms out a little bit. And I'm just going to Control and Alt to undo this mask on here. And let's get that stretched out. I'm going to pull this out. So now I'm going to go in with Move Topological. Pull out this arm. Elbow is a little bit, he's getting pulled too much with. So there we go. I think it's just going to be a lot of messing around with the proportions. I'd say, 1 second, sorry, my computer's lagging. I'd say we can kind of just smooth up some of these forms. I'm just using the smooth brush, remember. I think the head is a bit too stretched out forward. Let's bring that back in. And yeah, smooth that front out. Move this forehead back because they have a nice swoopy forehead. It's crazy how much variety there are amongst humans. If you just look at everyone's skulls, they're just so different. We can, oh my God, recording really messes up my computer. These kind of are divoting out too much, so I'm gonna dial that back in. And, oh, the cat wants out of the room because they hear all of me. Stop sharing. Big mama. Big mama. Just the big mama. She had, we got her at the start of quarantine, and then she ended up being preggers. Big mama, this is my desk. You're not allowed to go up there, even though you want to. And yeah, she ended up being preggers and had like a bunch of children, and then we gave them to nice homes, but we kept one. So she's now the mama. Here you go, mama. But yeah, that's the big mama. She's very nice. She's also very snooty. So you better watch yourself when you're around Big Mama. Mind your manners. I love her mittens. Yeah, right. Just like little white paws. But yeah, that's Big Mama. I'm sure the baby's out there somewhere causing chaos. But yeah, so back to this. Yeah, just kind of soften these up. I most of this change was just move and smooth tool, just those two brushes. And oh my god, there we go. We have a bit too much dimension on this chest right here. So if we bring that back in, because that when it was popped out that much, that's like I think they call it a swimmer's chest. It looks very strong because, you know, when the swimmer's going through, they have like those huge lats, right? So yeah, definitely.
You're not sharing your screen anymore if you're trying to.
Frick! All right. Thanks for the call out. Ah, damn it. The share screen. Damn it, mama. No, almost worth it. But yeah, I'm gonna go back a few steps. So see how far out this back was? Like huge forms like that indicate a lot of muscle, right? And you were saying this character a bit too jacked looking. So if we just move brush, boom, get that back in there. Then we go back over with a smooth. And it's looking better now. Yeah, that was such a simple fix. I feel silly now. Oh no, this is like, I mean, this is your first time maybe even doing sculpting. I don't know if you've done sculpting before. It's completely different than regular modeling and stuff. But yeah, just a few simple changes, and they're already looking more delicate. I might go in, move this up a little bit to get into that. Oh, and at this point, you might be able to go into Z remesh and maybe even do a double. Let's see. Let's do Z remesh double. See that? So now it rerouted our geo according to how the model looks. If we turn on this, you get some nice geo going up and down and down each leg rather than the random chaos that is Dynamesh. And yeah. From there, it's just refining shapes and forms. You have a kind of a Disney-ish aesthetic on here. I really recommend checking out. Let me find them. I believe I might have linked this in this class already, but I'll just reiterate if I have not. Let's do, because I remember some people saying that they liked this guy. That could have been another class though. You guys have basically merged together at this point, mentally, like, because you guys are at like almost the same stage, like sculpting and stuff. But yeah, like this guy Danny Mac 3D, posting that in here. I'm posting it on Discord resources. Boom. He has a bunch of videos on like this kind of Disney-ish aesthetic. Very cool stuff. Wait, where'd my window go? There we go. And you can see how he goes about making these.
Hello.
Sometimes he'll be
What have you
sculpting in
Like,
ZBrush. Sometimes he's sculpting in Blender. Looks like this one is in ZBrush. But yeah, he works primarily with faces, a lot, like upper bodies, like from like mid waist up, kind of. And yeah, he's he's just a straight up boss. But yeah, so that might be cool to check out. His voice is so soothing. Absolutely, it is. But yeah, so feel free to check that out. I feel like he'd be very inspirational for your character. But yeah, it's coming along pretty well. Let me send you back this one. I'll just do the file. Yeah, file, save as. Hopefully it'll be small enough. Betty09. Let's do it. But yeah, don't feel silly. It's just that just comes with time, which is something that we don't get a lot of, since we only have 2 3D courses, you know. So let me put this in. I'll put this in help, please. Where did that even save to? Oh, Betty09. There we go. Haha. Let me know if you're able to use this or not. I might have to export an OBJ. Actually, I'm just going to do that right now because I'm on ZBrush 2021 and people have had problems getting that back before. So I'm going to just export this as an OBJ. I'll export Betty and then OBJ. That'll be fine. And let's go here. Downloads, Betty, OBJ. Now, there you go, Betty. Betty, cooperate, Betty. There you go. Yeah, so either of those will work. The OBJ, you'll have to go to the tool palette import, and then you'll be good. But yeah, so there you go. There you go. Also, guys, if you're like if you don't like sculpting, feel free to just call it a day at this next check-in, which will be next week, and then switch back over to animation or something. Do something that you like. I want you to find what you can be passionate about and kind of pursue. But yeah, so yeah, feel free to use that file, Gracia, and start working with the proportion on that. All right, and then Sammy, let's see what you got. Oh yeah, all right. Yeah, I like this cutaway to the under angle as well. Clean up the arc on it for sure though. See how they're going like straight out this way and then they go this way.
Yeah.
And then yeah, so straighten that out for sure. But yeah, this is a lot of animation.
Yeah.
On like there's a lot of stuff in here. These legs are going to be awful to do in IK. Where did you get this rig? It was that link that I sent you, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Did I send you that on Discord or somewhere else? Do you have that link?
I think it was on Discord.
Probably in resources.
I've started to do the motion trails. I think that's what they're called. And the like knee one does so much weird stuff. It's like it's got corners in the arc, and I didn't know it could do that.
Yeah, that's that's the stuff that you try to clear out. Also, don't track the knee themselves. If you're in IK, you're gonna want to track the. Let's see if he has an IK to F. Oh my god.
I think there's a switch in it.
But there's things that are IK to FK matches. So let me open up. Oh shit! How will I do this? We're gonna have to wait for Maya 2017 to open for a little bit. But yeah, there's things that aren't just like it's in IK mode, it's in FK mode now. It'll actually look at your IK position, and then when you do the IK FK switch, it'll match your FK control to that pose on that frame, rather than you being like, okay, now I'll try to fix it. But yeah, so I'll show you that. Hopefully, unfortunately, I don't see one on this guy's website, Alex Salmar. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. Let's maybe. Likes. Shoot. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, unfortunately. That's a shame. About maybe. Shoot. Okay. Peak model. There's there's an Among Us model. Oh man, yeah, he had an Among Us rig on there. Yeah, he's definitely looking a bit sus over there. Let's see. So yeah, I'll just show you. I'll show you what IKFK Swish is, because you would greatly benefit from it in your scene. It's a shame that we can't get it going for you. There's like alternatives though, because like if you just snap your locators to those different positions, and then it's like a manual like caveman version of it, but it can work. But yeah, let me just show you what it looks like the regular way, when you actually have a character that's set up for it. Like, this is in assets. Looking for sauce art. Here we go. Characters, hero, animation. Let's do, yeah, katana, attack, light, 3. Sure. And then show nerds curves. Boom. So we have this flashy movement. And our legs are in the air a lot, right? So notice how on this frame, before it leaves the ground, it's an IK. Then immediately on the frame that it leaves the ground, we're in FK. So in order to sync those up, you have to do an IK to FK switch. Let's see. Hopefully, animation, rigging. There we go. Rig anim. So if I go to my little, like usually they come with an extra script like this that just pops up in the frame somewhere. And then, so say I wanted this red leg to be in IK for this frame, you can just do right leg, and then IK to the FK, and boom, you see that? So now it's in IK right there. And if I do undo that, do FK to IK, boom, switches back, and it just matches that position. Rather than, because like if you went in and you're like, okay, now I have to change this channel to FK, then you'd like, the FK doesn't have any of those keys of those cool poses that you had on it, you know. So it'd be a bit unfortunate to do it that way, but it kind of sounds like you're gonna have to do that. Remember, you can always do that method that I showed of tracking each different FK control, and then matching with Red 9, and then matching your IK controls with Red 9 on there as well. That'd be a nice way to do it. But yeah, so let's go back to the video. It's not, where, 1 second. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah. But yeah, so yeah, definitely track these arcs are getting better, but they hyperextend a little bit right here, like this hyperextends. Get out my writer. But the posing looks really studied. For the reference, it feels like it's following a lot of that naturalistically right here. Broken leg. You want to instead have that rotating like this way to kind of follow that line of action towards this other leg right there. Because simply because like it's awkward to have a pose with these legs this wide open right there. Like that. If you track the hips on here, they go up to a point. So let's do this. Boom. Boom. So see that they hit like a little. They hit a little bit of a triangle point at the top right there. So try to get this to be instead a little bit smoother right there into that. So I'd say first step, go in with your motion trails and track the hips, because the hips are the most important part of this. You know, like they're gonna dictate where you have to kind of add more smoothness and like where you can get away with it. I like this foot comes out and catches. I don't know exactly how this move looks in the source, but it feels a little bit disjointed how the hips move up and then the leg moves up after that.
I think what needs to happen is she needs to go back up onto the toe faster. I've started to do that with the ones before it, but I just haven't gotten to this one yet. But it's because she's going up on point at the same time as the leg, and that's just like physically impossible.
Yeah, right. Like, well, let me look at the reference for this part. You posted it in the art sharing channel at some point, right?
I don't know.
I feel like it was.
But I have it on Sync Sketch somewhere.
Yeah, if you could find that link, it'd be super sick.
Yeah. I put it into 24 frames per second to make my life easier.
Oh yeah, good thinking.
And then the very end, I'm in the process of completely redoing. I got a friend to send me some reference because I just made it up.
Yeah.
Now I know what it actually looks like. Here it is. I think. This is not right. Okay, I'm putting it in there.
There we go. Let's see it. Oh. Access was denied. The link is no longer active or for invited members only.
How dare I? 1 sec. Okay. I think it's the same link, but I'll just send it again.
Let's see it. Boom. Access denied. What?
What? Oh my God. Perhaps that one.
Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. Hell yeah. Very nice. Very nice.
Brand.
Oh yeah. See, there's a slight like on this on how these hips go up right here. There's a slight arc right there. Smooth up and then it hits this nice interesting kind of straight down direction, like really diagonal. So like the second half of that triangle shape, you know, God, no, right here. Like the second half of this works right here, like this, but get more of the curve like on these parts right here. Oh, one, she's going a bit too fast here. I would add some time onto the scene, right there, into this. Like these frames are a bit too fast, right? Too fast. Too fast. Too furious. Add a few frames. Boom. Or change the spacing of where those keys are. Because in here, oh no, my computer's lagging. There we go. See how they slow out of this pose and start moving quick into that second one when this back leg starts to lift off. Their knee doesn't get that super outwardly bent shape. They keep it a little bit more straight forward with the hip. And then the pop right there. Yeah, this one's gonna be interesting to sell. So it's like, when does that leg start to go up? Boom. Okay. There we go. So we need like a pose like this. Let's see if we have it in the other one. Eep, right there. Yeah, so the hips need to go down. And then, yeah, and then, oh man, yeah, this is gonna be wild. This is definitely a whole semester type deal. Boom, okay. Oh wow. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's gonna help you is if you figure out the timing and the clean arcs of the waist control, because that dictates like everything in the scene from this. And then once the physics of that looks solid, like if you just look at this like a bouncing ball, like you can just break down that hip into a bouncing ball shape. Like each of these jumps, it just has a couple legs attached to it, you know. So boom, just a little pop right there, up, and then oh my god.
Yeah, we're not doing all that.
Oh come on! There's only like 18 spins.
Literally, I could never. I can't do it in real life, so I'm not gonna do it in fake life.
Oh man, it's a perfect place to do it though.
I've got 2 in there, but I added a split leaf at the end, so I think it's fine. I don't know.
Damn, this is so sick though. Frick.
I had just gotten my posing down for that leap I added at the end, and then my Maya crashed, and now it's gone.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. That definitely happens. That's why I'm a big preacher of saving often and doing save as. Because one time I was saving off and I was doing all that, and then Maya crashed while I was saving, and then it corrupted the file. And I was like, I just lost like 16 hours of work. That was cool.
Fine.
That was pretty cool. But yeah, this is looking great. I think yeah, getting the physics of the waist will be the biggest for yeah. Getting that really figured out right there. Of course it's gonna need some help for like the legs as well. Like it's not gonna look right with just the waist tracked and looking nice. So yeah. But yeah.
So I have a question. I'm going through and trying to fix all of the hyperextension things. How do you get the legs to look straight without them doing that?
In IK, there's not much to do besides keying every frame of that arc, like when it approaches that apex, you know. In FK, you could just set a couple of frames, set a couple of keys in there. Maybe could you send me this file, the file, like the Maya file?
For sure.
And the rig, because I don't think I have the rig. Do I have the rig? I might have the rig. Let's see. I don't think so. I don't think so. All right. I'll get into that later in the class though. But yeah, this is looking great though. I can the posing looks really observed. I like that because I can tell that you're paying attention to that stuff. But yeah. Now the big magic is just getting it all worked together, getting it all working together, and that's gonna be
Just trying to get her to look less like Bones being puppeted by somebody.
right.
More
But
like a
once you
person.
do, oh, that's when I like. That's when the I get so pumped, you know, when you no longer see the puppet, you just see
Yeah.
the character, and you're like, oh yes, that's what made me get into animating. And also that's why I like 3D stuff too, because like when you bring in the rig, that rig looks so fucking dead. It's just like
Yeah.
T-pose, like yeah, like it's so sick trying to overcome that challenge. All right, let's move along. I'm going kind of slow today. Let's go look at Ricardo's stuff.
So I decided to scrap the link thing because I want to sleep. And even like I haven't slept in the past 24 hours, so
Oh my
that
god,
would be
Ricardo.
great. No, I had a 2D animation project that I had to finish.
2D animation, no!
Yeah,
They're taking over. All right, let's see what we got then.
but it's like halfway done. So I'm not done with the sprint yet. I need to time it out.
Yeah.
And then that's going to lead into a wall jump, to another wall jump, to grabbing a cliff and then pulling themselves up.
Yeah, that'll be sick. That'll be some sick body mechanics. 2D is Bay. Benny, you're banned from class.
How dare you say that?
Ray, you're banned as well. How dare you? Nah, I'm kidding around, but yeah, this will be sick. Yeah, if you just loop that run a little bit, boom, bang. Yeah, just try to get this shot finished as much as you can by next week. Yeah, superhero stuff is like amazing for action scene reference. Like if you can find a shot of them doing something like this, it's great because like they already have like great posing. Usually, you can always just pump it up a little bit and then get something really nice. I love 2D though. Diana, no. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, like whenever you're doing like big action stuff like this, feel free to look at superhero clips because they all do that. Also, if you're just looking for like trying to bolster your posing, look at just comic books because they have like one still image that needs to communicate the entire scene, and it's perfect for that. So like if you can take inspiration from their posing, like especially like Spider-Man, oh my god, Spider-Man has such dynamic fucking like, oh god, he's amazing. So yeah, definitely look at that stuff for posing if you're trying to get better at posing. Spider-Man is Bay. Spider-Man is absolutely Bay. Yeah. Wait a minute, Benny, didn't you just say 2D is Bay?
How many bays do you have?
Yeah, how many bays you rolling around with, Benny? Damn, Benny's a popular dude. Evil Peter Parker death. All right, don't look at that one for reference, unless you're doing that scene.
Yeah, that's already.
Oh man, that's so funny. Benny, I'm Polly. Lol, spelled it wrong. Lol. Dude, hell yeah, Benny. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, just keep cranking away at it. I can tell that you already have some really good posing in here as well. yeah, it's just gonna be a matter of getting all this run to go into this scene. I like the posing of this as well.
Yeah, I timed it out. I think I can fit a full 3 cycles of running in between that and the slide. So I was just like, I'm not finished with the run yet. I still want to tweak it before I like.
Yeah, before you carry it over. Did you watch that Disney talk about that was like by the 3 animators?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you could definitely just loop that run similar to how that third presenter did with their shot with Elsa running through that cavern. That was just a looped run, and then she just on top of that added a little bit of like variety, right, to like how far the upper torso turns, where the head kind of ends up bobbing around, like how far the arms are spread out. So you can add some variety to your runs after you get that really good run cycle in there. So yeah, I think you'll be in a good spot.
Cool.
But yeah,
Thank you.
most noise. Boo, 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 boo. All right, Maria, let's see what we got. Hell yeah. Okay. Kickboxing progress. Let's see. Oh shit. Because I was like, I saw this and then I was like, where is this gonna go? And then I was surprised. Holy shit. Okay, so this is definitely observed as well. I can see some I can see like just the realism of like the frames and timing in here. Yeah, this can be sick. Yeah, definitely. Once I would say do a pass with the motion trails. Maria, do you need me to show motion trails again? I'm happy to do it. I'll tack it onto the list of today's. Sure. Okay. Motion trails. Motion trails, and then at the end. All right. I wouldn't mess with them. Oh, I thought you were talking about motion trails. I was like, no, please do. They're good. Motion trails are great. But yeah, this is looking so sick. I think, yeah, once it cleaning up the motion trails and then 8 more poses to go and I will start polishing. Hell yeah. Maria, do you think you can get this done by next week? Because it's looking pretty developed. It's looking pretty developed. Yes, there we go. Boom. This is so fucking sick. I think you could just go ahead and finish it in like a cool pose right here at the end. Like when they land from this, like if that kick follows through, and then like if they just like they do like the kick over, and then like if they land like this and like have some cool like strong pose where they're like looking towards the camera still, like it might look cool. You might be able to end the scene like that. Damn, hire her, Mike, dude. I wish I could hire students. I mean, I could, but I just don't have the money to do it. But yeah, maybe in the future though. But yeah, because oh yeah, just one little tip: don't do an unpaid internship for art. Preferably don't do unpaid internships at all, because it's kind of bullshit. But yeah, don't do unpaid internships for art, because they legally can't use your art that you create on there. So that means that if you're going into one of those positions, then they're not intending on having any sort of presentable work from you to begin with. So yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. If they say it's unpaid, tell them to fuck off. But yeah, also this pose right here is a little bit weird. It's twinned. Oh, also the starting pose is twinned as well. I recommend getting something cool in there. Like it just messing with it a little bit. you want something in there. Bold of you to assume animation studios are offering internships while we're in a panorama. Benny's just taking a lot of panorama shots right now. So many that he got stuck inside one, but yeah, no, you're saying about pandemic though. Yeah, no, it's pretty awful. It's pretty awful. But yeah, you can break up this, maybe bring the head lower, like that like lurched forward kind of look because he's like getting ready to fight or something. Just get like yeah, break this up a little bit. Like something a little bit different from just kind of flat out, you know. I'm guessing that's one of the many poses that, or one of the few poses that you're going to get in there though. Let's see, but yeah, this is super sick. You could even go into some of these. I know it won't match the reference, and it won't be proper for fighting. Like it won't be proper form. But I would recommend for some of these extensions, like going as like leaning a little bit into it. So then over here, getting a little bit farther into this. I know it's a very sort of I don't know what martial art this is, but like that classic pose of like this, you know. But yeah, feel free to in animation hype that up, so go extend a little bit beyond, you know. You don't do that in a regular like fight, because like if you extend beyond, then that upper torso is all the way back there, and if you have to punch with that right arm, then you have to twist a lot, so then that costs you time. So you usually keep it pretty tight in there, but in animation we can kind of push that a little bit and still keep the essence of it. Some martial artists might watch it and be like, this is bullshit, you idiots, how dare you. But you know, like we do things for the sake of making a better image, you know. And if this character has stretchiness, you might be able to stretch the arm out on this punch just really fast, like just a few frames, you know. But yeah, so go in there and do that, it'd be sick. But yeah, like this is overall looking like really solid and really observed. Yeah, just clean up the arcs on the hip, because as soon as they leave the ground right here, they should be in a nice clean arc. But it's a little bit, it like stays in one place and then it pops up and then it flies over. So yeah, just I'll show you how to do motion trails and then track that thing around. But yeah, awesome work. Let's continue on. And on, let's check this out. What you got? On Bobby 2. Yeah, I'm liking the posing though. Like you definitely have let's say, let me turn this down so I'm not like blowing your guys' ears out. But yeah, it'll just be a lot of selling the physics of it. And yeah, I like these different cuts you have in there. It's gonna, I feel like it's gonna look really sick when you have like all the lighting in there for the final renders. I feel like it's gonna be super dope, dude. But yeah, I like where you're going with this. I'm sure as you get it more polished, it's gonna look sick. Some of the movements of the hips is a little bit unruly in there. And I can't tell, since there's not much of a background in there, I can't tell how much of it is coming from the camera moving in space versus how much is like the character's actual movements, like that little bob left right there. Feels a little bit sudden. I think work on the timing a little bit in there. It's like it's almost there. But yeah, no, it's gonna be sick. Some of these, like the arms look a little bit FK as well, but as you said, it's a work in progress, you know. But yeah, you don't have to do the full render for next week's turn in. But yeah, I have no doubts that you can get this done by next week. Yeah. I don't know if there's any controls for the hairpiece up here. Because that would be a lot of overlap animation in there. Yeah, so that might take some time as well. But yeah. Yeah, no, I think you're like really close on this. I think you just have a few more things to put in there. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Still working on the head. Frustrating. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Yi, what's going on? What's giving you the most problems? Well, Yi might not be there, but I'll just record my steps. So right immediately I can see that there's like a lumpiness to this character, right? So if I mouse over, like you can see the lumpiness, and you know what this is indicates to me? Indicative of? Yeah, indicative of. What this indicates to me is that we're getting kind of bullied around by Zbrush. And if you've got into Zbrush, then you know that this happens when you're a little bit too high poly too quick, because it's really hard to smooth out these surfaces and have it be nice and clean, and maintain everything else. So what you'd need to do is, at this point, I would probably Z-remesh half. So let's go into ZBrush, and let's say I had, boom, bang, a character that was this smooth, right? And if I'm just getting acquainted with the ZBrush, and I'm trying to get like smooth, clean forms, like this stuff is going to eventually get too high poly for me and be really annoying to deal with. And it's gonna be really hard to smooth out. So an easy way to get easier topology to mess around with is, let me delete lower, is to Z-remesh and do that at half. So if I look at my polylines, boom, really dense. If you just do half and Z-remesh, boom, it's gonna think for a while. But you'll see the result. Just look at the poly frame on here. And it's thinking, and boom, there you go. And now you can see that it's like half as dense. That's what the little half means. And you should be able to, from there, nicely kind of sculpt on this less smooth surface and really control those forms more. So I would probably go in here, Z-remesh half, maybe twice for this. And then you absolutely 100% use alternate smooth. Guys, I keep talking about alternate smooth like it's some sort of god, and that's because it is. It's because it is. Let me show you. So let's get a little bit of a butt on this character, and then let me show you regular smoothing. Boom. It's just flattening that out immediately, like so fast. Alternate smoothing though. Say I wanted this form, but just like not as like, see how you can see each brush stroke in there. If you do alternate smoothing, which is you start smoothing, so I'm holding shift and then I'm doing my stylus to the tablet, and then I'm letting go of shift, but my stylus is still on there, and then now I start smoothing. See how it maintains that form? Like it's not destroying the form anymore. So for a character like this, if you do a Z-remesh half and then start smoothing over, right, like this cheek right here, and you do the alternate smoothing, it's going to average out those points, and it's going to look beautiful. It's going to look like a very smooth, very refined model. But yeah. Also, anime noses very hard in 3D because like they don't make sense. Like anime noses are like basically fake. Everything just comes to that point. I see that Yee's approaching them. Yee's approaching them properly. Sorry about that. That's like a T particulate that went down my throat. But yeah, Yee's approaching this properly right here with how it just comes to the point. I'm glad that they had multiple references or multiple planes of reference right there. Oh, okay. Here we go. But yeah, looking good. You are falling a little bit farther behind because like a lot of people have the body represented, but like I said, if you want to just if you want to just crop in on a certain part of this character and like refine that, then feel free. Like I want you guys to do what you want. Like clearly you want to go more towards the face, and I agree. I love sculpting faces and getting that in. So yeah, if you want to do that, then I'm all for it. But yeah, it's looking good though. It's looking good. Your instincts are for the eye as well are pretty solid. Usually on anime eyes, they're not actual 3D orbs in there. They like simply because it's not feasible. There's even like a preset in, if I open up Lightbox, boom, demo anime head. If I open this up, like you can see how they constructed theirs. Oh my god, there we go. And boom. You can see how like flat that area is. So that's usually how anime faces work in 3D. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's continue on. And Diana. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. I was having fun sculpting the butt. Hey, I mean, the silhouette looks great. Silhouette looks perfect. Yeah. You are almost set to do clothing, I feel like. You're almost set there. I would go in and smooth out this deltoid. The deltoid doesn't push that far forward compared to the rest of the shoulder area, at least on here, or at least for like a non-bodybuilder type of character. So I would just go over this with the smooth brush right here. Regular smooth for this because we kind of want to tone down that shoulder, not the alternate smooth. If you do alternate smooth, it's gonna look good still, but it'll take a long time to sort of get that deltoid a little bit less defined in there. Overall proportion though, if I'm looking at proportions, I'd say your legs are a bit too thick right down here. Go in with the smooth brush again, just shift and then go over that. Your torso is a little bit longer in your character. So do exactly what I did over at I think, wait, whose was that? Whose was that earlier? Yeah, Grecius. Yeah. Do exactly what I did. I masked off all the legs, and then I just did the little move tool, and then dragged up the torso a little bit. Also, feel free to bring it in. Okay, so let's see. So I think, yeah. If you bring it in a little bit as well. And then the boobs could go a little bit lower as well. Right now they're pretty high up. You kind of like gravity's affecting those, right? So it's kind of pulling them down. So get that into position as well. This collarbone area, collarbones are a little bit interesting because you have the very front of them is a little bit. It might be a little bit lower than the back trap. Wait, is it the trap? Trapezius? Yeah, the back trap. So you might be able to pull this up a little bit in the back. As far as the face goes, if I draw a line through, let me just snipping tool this. Beep. Right there. New. And then boom, bang. His faces are hard. This isn't the best, but let's see, can I zoom in on this? Is that possible? Is that possible? No, snipping tools, great, but limited. Blue pen. So we have kind of our face right here. Here's the top line, here's the bottom. And then at about halfway through there, you have the eyes. At about halfway through there. This face is a little bit tilted, so it might be a little like slightly above. But if you look at your character over here and you look at the head, you have the top of the head. Oh shit, let me change to oh no, these are all bad. Customized pen, custom pen. Ah, is this good? Okay, there we go. Yeah, let me do the other side. So you have the top of the head, then the bottom of the head. And then your eyes, like your midpoint of your eyes is like way up here. So you need to go in, select the subtool of the eyes and then move them down. Down to that like halfway point. And then you have to, it's gonna be a lot of work to figure out, but you're gonna have to move the rest of your like eye socket down as well with that. And that's just gonna be with a big move brush. It's not difficult at all. You just go in. So let's do it right here. Let me just show you. So where's IMM primitives? There we go. Let's do an insert sphere. Yeah. Oops. Let's do it a bit smaller. Oh no, my computer. Poor computer. So if I put this, 1 second, subtool, split, unmasked points, boom. Then go there. Let's move that back into the skull. So we have like the opposite problem on this character right here. So what we need to do is, one, I'm gonna, oops. There we go. Let's go back to the head or the eyes right there. I need to kind of put this back on axis. So I'm gonna unlock, oops. I'm gonna unlock that and then I'm going to reset orientation and then go to unmasked mesh center. Whoops. Oops. Oh, no. 1 second. Sorry, I'm like alt clicking through there and that switches subtools. But if we go to axis right there, boom, there we go. We have that on axis now. And so basically these eyes are too low because that's kind of the style of anime on the face. So if we instead put that up like at that midpoint on the head and then went into this head, then we just go and move topological and just drag that up. It's going to take some refining for sure, but there you go. And then it's halfway. It kind of looks nightmarish, simply because the style doesn't match very well. But let's bring this back down a little bit. And then, yeah, then you just resume sculpting. Get some cheekbones in there. Get all that sculpted up. And yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Let's see what else. This nose, it's gonna be a little bit, it's like a little bit too round right now. So I would say go in and let me get a built up nose similar to yours. So let's expand this. Here. Notice how I'm always building up and then smoothing down for these faces, because if you add jagged lines to a face, it's going to look very either old or manly. Like that just kind of tends to happen. It's just a phenomenon. So if you're making a nose like that, you have this like kind of, you have like currently a little bit of a smooth sort of bulbous nose. feel free to use your move brush and your smooth brush to sort of bring down those dimensions. So see how as I'm smoothing, it's getting a little bit more rigid. You could even go in with that trim polish or trim dynamic right here and kind of get some flat surfaces into this nose, and then really go in and smooth it out. 1 second, my ZBrush is freezing, and smooth it out a little bit. Boom. And get some really clean shapes that way. Some nice clean shapes. If you are having trouble like defining something like that corner, like the corner of the nose, you can always use Dam Standard or Damien Standard, and you kind of push in right there, smooth out, get that like that mouth line in there. But yeah, lots of options in there. Let's see what else. I feel like the mouth is a bit too high as well on the face, so move that down. As you move the eyes down, you might have to move the other features down first. Like the nose is kind of almost where the eyes should be. It'd be like on like the upper tip of the nose. That's like where the eyes should level out to be. But yeah, hands are looking great. Hands are looking great. They look like they're a separate subtool right now, which is fun. You'll have to dynamesh those together at some point. But yeah, this is looking phenomenal. I love this. You're pretty much ready to start using extract to get those clothes out of the forms. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, I'm glad that I don't know if you guys saw, but before class, Diana was saying that they were having a problem with ZBrush crashing a lot. One of the most common causes I've seen in students for ZBrush crashing is that you're running out of hard drive space. If you have no hard drive space left and ZBrush tries to do an autosave, it's going to crash instead. So be careful about that. Be careful for that. And yeah, very nice. Very nice. I found a reference and I feel much better. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, no, this looks great. Yeah, if you absolutely go for this. Yeah. What is this from, by the way? I like this art a lot. What's this art from, Yi? Kind of looks like Overwatch-ish a little bit, but not. I don't know. It looks super sick. Let me know where it's from, because I bet they have other cool models. Because I really like this hair too. That hair would be difficult to do, but it'd be feasible. Man, it looks like if Overwatch did Chili style. Oh, probably chibi style. I'm guessing you mean Chili style. It's just. I'm just imagining like McCree just eating a lot of chili right now, or Bastion, even though he's a robot. Hell yeah, it's just a pot of chili. Oh, it's just someone's random art station. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's see, dude. Yeah, this is sick, man. Frick, it's so cool. Very nice. Well, all right, y'all. So it's time for a little bit of a break. Get some food in you, get a little bit of snack. We'll be back at 6. Let's do 6:45 because I've got a decent amount of little tutorial things to do for y'all. But it'll be sick. It'll be sick, dude. But yeah. All right. See you guys at 6:45. All right, y'all. So we're gonna be venturing into a little plugin called Tween Machine. So I'm gonna copy this to Discord. Let's open up. There we go. Go to more free resources and download this zip archive. Boom, bang. Upload. And then just unzip that onto your machines, like download it and then unzip it somewhere. And let me pull up the documentation. This website tells you how to install it, and it also provides the source code. It's pretty much the same. It's just finding the specific scripts folder. We already did this once, so let me just copy the info straight from the website. Boom. Here we go. So on Windows, once you unzip that, you're going to have a folder that pops up, Tween Machine, right here. And then you're going to go into the Python tab. You could potentially do the Mel as well, but the website recommends Python, so I'm going to do Python. That's just two different coding languages, in case you're wondering. There's Mel script, and there's Python script. So that's what we're going with. And inside that folder, you'll find the actual script itself right here. Tween Machine, very cool, very cool. Lots of lines of code. Oh my Lord, you know. So a lot of stuff in there. And there's a little icon as well. So what you do is you basically navigate to that folder that I put out there. I'll navigate to mine right now in front of you. So Documents, Maya. We're on 2020, so go into 2020 and then go to Scripts. And you can see I have Tween Machine Py file right there. So I just dragged this into that folder. And then the icon I dragged into prefs icons right there. So you can see that they're sitting in my Maya hierarchy. Diana, I just got back. What are we doing? Diana, this is only for animator people. And even for them, like I don't use this plugin, but I know a lot of my animator friends use it. They really enjoy it. Boosh, you want to leave? Okay. Yeah. 1 second. Let me give him a close up. Boosh. So we got another one. This is the spawn. This is the baby. The Boosh. The Boosh. He's a nice one. He does cause a lot of trouble though. Boosh. There you go, Boosh. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a cutie for sure. Let me share. Yeah, so this is just a tool for the animator people in the class. And so it's optional. Find out if you like it or not. You know, it's like some people might really like the tool. Like I said, I don't use it that much. Just because I kind of like setting every single frame myself, you know. But you'll see how this is going to start to set keys for us automatically. But yeah, so there we go. You just put that icon in there. And then you have to close Maya or type in rehash semicolon in there, and then it will search through and kind of find another one to link up in there. Where the hell am I? Is that 0, 0, 0? Where is the grid? Show grid. Boom. There we go. And then in Maya, in order to run this script, it's the same thing that we did before. So you open up your script editor, and then you basically copy these lines. I'm going to paste them in the chat right here. They're also on Discord, in that you can see them in the little instructions that got copied and pasted there. But you go to your script editor, you do this plus, and then you do a Python tab. Then you paste that, import Tween Machine, tweenmachine.start. And then you can click these and it will pull up that box If you have the script in the right spot, in the right folder, and then it doesn't pull up, then you probably haven't closed and reopened Maya yet. But yeah, so you just get those 2 lines in there. What you can also do is just select all of this and then middle click, drag it to your top bar right there. Boom, and it'll make a new little icon. You can right click, edit this, then go into shells and then icon name. You can just go to the little folder thing. You can navigate to that image, boom. And then it will pop up right there. And it'll be a little Tween machine button. So now, if you close that and close that, you can just click that button, boom, brings it right back. But you're probably wondering, like, what the hell is a Tween machine? Very good question. Very good question. Basically, it's a nice way of kind of interpolating your in-between keys and working on timing, spacing, all that stuff. So let me show you on a cube. So I'm going to get a cube in my scene. I'm just going to press S right there to key. Let's go to 28. So let's do this. Boom. Bang. So we got that key in there. And if let me shrink my timeline down. So now if I play my animation, kind of smoothly goes between them. If I look at the graph header, you can see that it smoothly eases out of both of those. Now the real magic, one second. Sorry, I just had to cough for a second. Didn't want to be gross to y'all. The real magic of this is this little slider. It's only one slider in here. And let me turn off overshoot. There we go. And you'll see that there's a value on there, right? So right now it says 0. What this value represents is the spacing between the keys. So 0 is going to be pretty much halfway between those keys. If I crank this up to, say, let's do -50. So negative 100 is the max. That represents the first key. So if I do that, see how it makes that, it just copies that first key over. And then my animation is just flat, and then boom. However, if I do something like, let's do negative 75. Boom. And then we play it. See how it's like kind of easing out longer, and then it speeds out of there. Well, the other cool thing that you can do with this is go to like let's go to a frame kind of close to the end there. And if we turn on overshoot, now, since we're between these 2 keys, it's looking at this one being that negative 100 and this one being that positive 100. So if we turn on overshoot and start dragging around, notice how I can go to like 130, right? So I'm about to let go of my mouse. Look at my graph editor. Boom. See that? So we just got some overshoot in there for free. And that settle is going to happen. See that? Boom. 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 So it's just an easy way of getting those keys in there. We can give this a little bit more time. And if I get, because a common problem amongst animators is like having, like when you hit a pose, you just sit there, boom, sit there, sit there. There's not a lot of fluidity. Like this overshoot and settle gives it a lot of fluidity. So if I stretch this out to, say, frame 37, and then let's do right about here. So like halfway through, if I crank that back down to, let's do negative 118. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm looking for positive 118 because I'm trying to go past that second key. Let's go a little bit further. Let's go like 130-ish. So now See that cube? See how it's, it just, you get that nice kind of settle in there, kind of overshoots, and then it overshoots back and settles into that position again, you know, just a little bit of both. If you don't like how that ended up, you can always drag it around. Maybe it's like too much for your taste. Maybe do like 120. Boom. Right there. Now, so that's the magic. If you want this beginning to be spicier, we could even go into this like halfway through here. And since 100 is this key and -100 is this key, if I do like -50, it's going to give me like something that's a little bit more skewed towards this start again, right? So we can get a nice cool curve in there. Let's do -50. Boom. See that? See how my curve sampled closer to that -50 value right there? And now that arc is faster. So see that? Oh, it just kind of slows and then speeds up really fast. Yeah, so like that's the magic of this tool, you know. And that was just one cube, right? So think about how long it takes to pose characters, you know. Now we can't make up new poses with this thing, but we can get a little bit of overshoot and settle and work on our timing. So if I open up a scene like this, bang. Okay, there we go. And we have good old Zelda in the scene. And right now let's look at the animation. Okay. So they do a very even punch, and then let's crop our scene so it's not as long. Right there, 48. Let's do that. So now what we can do is select all of our body controls right here. Let me get that elbow in there as well. And we can start doing some timing magic on here. So first of all, I feel like this pose isn't extreme enough. We could bolster this up. It might look a bit weird because that hand might come out a bit too much. So I would manually go in and mess with this, but we can change the timing for sure with this. Like look at all our curves. Let's go to like a halfway point right here. And then let's do, because I wanted to stay like kind of close up for a little bit longer and then do the wind up. So if I do, let's do another -50. Boom. Let's see what that looks like. See, it's going to favor more of that first one because we're in the negative values. Yeah, okay. And then let's do another, and then on this one, let's do a little bit of overshoot right here. I guess we do have our overshoot in there, but let's do a little bit of overshoot right here. So I'm gonna, on this big punch, I'm gonna do, let's do like 118. Boom. Now I might get a little bit of hyperextension in there, so I got to go back and fix it, you know. And then right here, let's weigh this a little bit towards the back. So let's do another 153. All right, -53. Let's do -71. Oh. So automatically, I'm getting more snappiness in the animation there. And let's do a little bit of overshoot into this last pose. So let's. I don't like how stiffly she settles. Let's just do a little bit of overshoot with that. So let's do like a 120, 123, 120. Yeah, let's do 120. Boom. And then we can drag this key out. I feel like 120 was a bit too much. Let's do like 110. And then we can just time these out to get a nice smooth settle in there. Oops. I'm still in one of these like synced up. Is it this one? Where is it? I just heard some of the yeah, there we go. Let's close these down so we don't play in the background. But yeah, so you can see like how the power of that tool, you know. But yeah, always feel free to mess around with your timing, make it more natural. This punch still isn't snappy enough, in my opinion. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna kind of shift this over. And then let's do negative 50 here. And let's do negative 70. There we go. Yeah, so it's just a quick way to get some keys in there. I find this really helpful for if you're working in stepped tangents. So remember, if you right click down here and do where is it? Enable stepped preview, because you might have you're gonna want to add some more in betweens eventually, and this is a great way to do it. And then afterwards, you can just kind of polish this up. I really love motion trails for this part of the process, because then you can just go to visualize, create editable motion trails. Let's select the object. Let's select the hand, visualize. Wait, now let's do the waist first. Waist is more important. Visualize, create editable motion trail. And you can see there's no arcs in here. And I'm telling you guys, arcs are super important. They're like the biggest part of animation, or one of the biggest parts of animation. Like clean arcs are going to really sell the fluidity and the naturalism of the scene. So I go in here and I just try to make sure that there's like a nice arc on here. Like right now, it's just coming to a point with this key right here. Let's bring this waist down. You know, let's just bring it down. Why not? Why not? So now it kind of sinks down. I'm going to bring this key up here down as well. So now we have this sort of small loop going. And we can even go lower for this part right here to show that like this back leg is about to get extended and really push that mass forward, right? Boom. So now on this opposite side, we have another point. So let's try to break that up. So we're going into frame 19 right there, and let's bring frame 22 lower, right? So I'm kind of trying to do a figure 8 with that. So figure 8 on that punch right there. This curve is a little bit too windy. I'm going to have some very close keys right here. And I'm adding some keys, and I'm just trying to get a nice curve right there. Nice curve, as best as we can get it. And yeah, so there we go. And then we can also do the same with this settle, right? So as it comes up and settles, we can do another like just tiny figure 8 in there, right? So let's get that going. And this last one, I'm not super convinced. I probably went a bit too low on this one. This is how we add that sort of naturalism into the scene, right? Let's look at that waist now. You can see as she comes up, it just feels a bit more natural, that settle, right? And that since that waist is so important in kind of carrying that change, you can see that it's going throughout a lot of the body. Also, I messed up because I should be doing this on this this control right here, because this is the waist for Zelda. Again, I don't like this waist, but it's working. It works a little bit. It gets some naturalism in there. Yeah, this is like the main waist control. So I would create an editable motion trail on that. But yeah, that's just a Zelda rig only thing though. And then once we're done with that, we can just delete this this editable motion trail. I just clicked on it, and you'll see that it pops up in your channel box, and you can just straight up delete that shit. You don't need it anymore. Boom, get out of there. Then I would do the same for the hands, right? So hand, visualize, create editable motion trail. Let's check out what's going on here. Ooh, automatically kind of seeing some janky stuff. See how it's like just getting to these points and just kind of zagging. We need to do other things, you know. So let's fix this up. So like that's the strength of Tween Machine, is that it gets the keys in there, but then you're gonna have to refine the arcs, right? It's not gonna make super clean arcs for us. So this one right here. And every time you move an IK control like this, you're gonna have to compensate with the rotation of the hand, right? Because if you don't, our eyes are gonna be able to detect that hand is like remaining in the same rotation as like the rest of it's moving, and that's going to instantly give away that that's an IK control. We want to hide that fact. It's going to be our little secret. Only we will know. Let's bring this hand back. Editable motion trails do go pretty slow sometimes. Just be aware of that. That's why I just recommend getting good at seeing the arcs in your just in your viewport, just naturally. So here we go. Let's make sure. I don't know where this shot's coming from because there isn't a camera, but always polish your arcs in comparison to wherever your camera is. And then I don't want this to be as high as it is right here. I kind of want to come. Wait, well, let's see. So up. Let's see. Yeah, I think this would be good. And we can start rotating that in. And here's another thing, is if you're trying to sell like a punch, like an impact like that, always carry forward with the body first. So have the body kind of lead that fist. I know that if you look at reference, they probably happen like at the split, like same second, right? Because like your legs are pushing on that pelvis is flexing and pushing that chest forward, all driving that punch, you know, at the same time. But in animation, if we delay these hands a little bit, it's gonna look snappy and nice. So right here, if I delay this, so I just have the hand selected and I'm shift left clicking it in here, and I'm just dragging it one key over. Let's do 2 keys. Okay. Now it's a little bit extreme, but you get the idea. Let me move this to a more natural position. There we go. And I would get the shoulder in there as well, because every time that arm moves, that shoulder is going to move with it. So I would kind of crank this shoulder back. But I'm looking at it, like the spacing between its key right here and the previous one. So I might have to delete this one. Otherwise we might get a little bit of, yeah. So this, yeah. Let's pull this back as well. So notice how you can see it kind of moving at a different speed than the body. And not naturally, it's like kind of like falling in front of the body there. So that's again giving away that this is an IK control. So let's get that out of there. And let's have a nice arc on it as well. And if you're animating and you haven't yet bound your like move forward in time button and move backward in time, or move forward in key button and move to last key button, I really recommend you do that. Mine is on A and D. It does get rid of like some functionality, but not a lot of stuff that we use in animation. So here we go. Boom. And you can already see that there's just a, like, this was like a super like limp, slow, like even animation. Now we got some pop in there. We got some speediness. Yeah. I'm not completely sold on how this. Yeah, I would just bring these back in at the same time. And instead of having it just kind of follow the body, I might have the body lead it a little bit. Right there. And clean up the arc of it. That's why I'm preaching about those arcs, my friends. Gotta preach about those arcs. So you can see the arc that it takes now in the scene. At the punch, it's very snappy, right? At the back, just kind of gently goes in to the last poses. Might need a little bit of time on this settle right there. Same for the whole body. I'd probably do it for, but yeah. Let's turn off NURBS curves. Then delete the line. And yeah, so that was like a super. I'm not crazy about the posing of this hand right here. Looks kind of broken to me. You want to be very careful with rotating hands up, like I've pointed out before. Like I can kind of hit that pose, but it does not feel good on my wrist to do that. I'm kind of like flexing it a lot. So make sure you have just good wrists there. But like other than that, like this was like a pretty bare bones animation, but then like just those few arcs in there like really help with that the pelvis and the torso right there. Really adds to the naturalism. I'm just going over that again because like that it's a hard thing to kind of overcome. And that's like one of the most common places that you lose that illusion of life, because we're getting pretty good at posing. We're getting pretty good at posing, but having that like this sort of subtle movement and settle at the end of things, like yeah, it's kind of where we fall apart. Like let me pull up something. You can see it pretty much in any animated movie. Boom, here we go. Like, so watch. Just look at Anna's body right here. Kind of a creepy sentence, but like just look at the torso. Like track this visually. Track this little locket with your eyes, and watch how much it moves.
Knock. Just knock.
Look how much it's moving.
It's knocking. Do you think she knows how to knock?
Like it was moving the whole time, right? That's how we get that realism in there. Even when the character was like completely still, you know? Oops. A little bit too far back. Oh my god.
Knock.
You can see a little bit of breathing.
Just
A little
knock.
bit of breathing in there.
Why isn't she knocking? Do you think she knows how to knock?
A little bit of breathing. Like that's how we sell that life. That's how we sell that life, because we're constantly moving around. Even if I'm like in my chair back here, like as I breathe, you can see that like I'm breathing heavily, so you can see it on like a tiny webcam screen, but like you can see my diaphragm expanding and contracting, and my shoulders raising up. The way also the way that you can fake that in 3D. 1 second, let me get out of here. Is so let's expand on this scene. Sorry, there's a little bonus tutorial, but like first of all, let me change the pose of this hand. It's bugging me. There we go. Oh, yes, perfect. There we go. Also, nice. Then copy, paste. Sorry, I'm just a freak, I guess. There we go. Yeah, awesome. But yeah, so let me save this. I'll save as demo done. Moving hold. So they call these moving holds, you know. And so let's say that this character was supposed to be in this pose for a while. I'd probably clean up the pose a little bit, bring this down, bring this over. There we go. Then let's like say we had like 2 seconds of just the character standing there. What we could do is, well, let's expand the timeline to be what, 80, 96. Let's just do 100 frames, sure. So we have all of this time to cover now. Oh no, punch. Oh, whoops, 1 second. There's some weird animation there. Let's go clean this up. Let's delete this key combo. Sorry, y'all. All right. So now we have to cover like 2 seconds of this of animation right here. First of all, your hips. If you're standing, your hips are going to be moving a lot. If you're sitting, they're going to be rotating a little bit, just a little bit. But I like to just kind of key in. So what was the last key? Where was this force going? It's a little bit forward, a little bit forward, a little bit up. Let's do a little bit down, a little bit forward more. So let's go like right here. Sorry, this should be on the other key or on the other control. My bad. So let's move this a little bit down, a little bit forward. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. But you see right there. Oops. And let's move this a little bit. I'm going to rotate it a little bit forward. And then I'm going to pull back on this upper chest, you know? See how it's kind of coming forward. If I instead pull back on that, because like think about this, the hip. Think about yourself as like a person on a unicycle, like that wheel at the bottom. If as that top rolls forward, the bottom has to come up underneath it. So I'm trying to kind of simulate that, but just very small under the very, very tiny movements down here. Oops, sorry about that. Wrong control. So used to just every control being right there for a spine. And then, yeah, so let's look at this. So it starts right here, and then I kind of want to match that spot right here. So what's this look like? So if we track this now with visualize editable motion trail, you can see already that these curves aren't great here. So it hits this back and then settles into this and then starts going towards, I'm just going to delete this key. I'm going to kind of delay it a little bit into this last pose, you know? So let's get the key right here. And let's kind of pull it forward, you know? It might be good to pull my hands along with it right here, to kind of maintain that distance between them. They're probably gonna have a little bit of jankiness there, but now there's just a very, very slight slight overlap there. And I'm gonna kind of change the timing on this. It's a little bit too slow for my tastes. But yeah, and then let's go forward like another 90. And let's see. We can bring it over this direction and back and up as well. So just by adding it, now the next step is to sort of get your hands to follow that motion. So notice how this one doesn't move at all. So just make sure they have keys on there at each of those. Let me delete this motion trail from the scene because it's kind of going slow. So right here and then into here. And it's just going to add a little bit of life there. They do take time to do, you know, but I mean, that's why I always say don't underestimate like what you're animating, because like you can polish stuff until you die, you know, like it can be a while. But in order to cheat that sort of breathing as well, so I want to talk about that a little bit. It's going to be different for a different rig. Unfortunately, this has like a really weird setup on this rig. Let's see if I can get it to work though. I honestly hate this spine setup for IK. I would just animate this entire thing in FK, personally, simply because I hate it so much. But let's say, so here, it's not going to look right because like the characters, the breathing interval is probably gonna be off, but let's just, what you do is you kind of, your goal is to sort of take the controls of the back spine in there and twist it up and back. So up and back, you see that? Like that. So I have to unfortunately twist this bottom part and then I think counter animate this. It's kind of weird. It's like a really backwards way of doing that. But yeah, so let's match these up now. Yeah, this is going to be impossible with this stupid rig to get complete right. So it's a little bit too fast. They're going like, so let's add some spacing between these keys. Man, it's such a shame that the IK spine is so weird on this one. I've seen a lot of rigs that are just way better laid out. But I mean, it's a free rig and it's a cool rig, regardless, besides that. But yes, you see that right there. And then we have to bring up the hands as well on that breathe. So let's do that. And then let's also delay it like 4 frames to kind of break up that because I keep talking about like twinning and stuff to you guys. Oops, that's the wrong thing. That's 14, not 114. There we go. So I'm just breaking up that timing of that. So instead of all going at once, you just delay it a little bit. I'm just delaying those keys just a little bit, and now they're twinning, right? They're twinning together. They're moving exactly the same. So I'm just going to select one. I'm just going to select the one that I want to delay, and just highlight those, and then delay it by another 2 frames. Boom. So now that's a little offset as well. You could even mix up the timing on that middle one. Maybe give that a little bit more frames there. Yeah, and that's just how you get it. That's a tiny detail stuff that I'm like kind of polishing, you know. And yeah, I'd have to like rotate each of these slightly because I pulled those back, you know. But yeah, so just a bunch of stuff like that. On that breathe in, I would also raise up the clavicle, because when if you breathe in heavy, you can see that my shoulders kind of raise up when I do that. So feel free to do that as well. Just a little bit. Oops, sorry, I need to get some keys in there. Boom, boom, bang. And there we go. There we go. Now on this middle one. Then I want to release them a little bit more too. So let's do that. There we go. And then if we loop this, it should look like a decent breathe. It's not going to be amazing because, you know, it kind of just slapped it together. But yeah, let's get this to start to loop. So if I right click, copy, let's go to frame like 200. It's kind of 72 to 82. So like 10 after this. Let's do 20. Yeah, sure. There we go. Paste. So you see that right there? I don't like the pose for showing off like a diaphragm, you know, but you can see kind of how that breathe is happening. Kind of leans a bit too far forward, too fast, I feel like. So I might need to change this. Yeah, need to change this a little bit. Right there, offset that. Boom. Yeah, there you go. So that's kind of just how we add a little bit of life to these characters, right? And like during those breaths, I would kind of move this off center. Like I would just kind of change up the translate X a little bit, you know, on these. And they kind of are, yeah. Because we're always moving a little bit there, guys. I would even maybe make one of these go over here. Be too much, who knows? But yeah, so that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for the animation stuff. We're talking about Tween Machine. Talked about motion trails again, cleaning up arcs. I mean, we talked about moving holds and a little bit of breathing as well. All is going to add to the life of your character. That's the stuff we kind of got to be thinking of. Now, a lot of you, that's probably not going to really it's probably not going to really apply to, because like think about Sammy's. Sammy's is so dynamic looking that like you don't see that character, you don't see the dancer breathing on stage. You just see their like incredible motion. So the more of the motion trail is going to apply to Sammy's part. Same for Ricardo's Samus run. Probably same for the Spider-Man dance as well. Like to get that much swag, you know, there's gonna be a lot of motion trails on that, you know. But remember, delete those motion trails as you're going through, because they're pretty intense. If they're in your scene, like they'll make Maya run pretty slow. But yeah, scenes that's going to work for really well is like it's good. That's like kind of what I was talking about for our dialogue assignments, and a little bit for. But I know it's kind of a little bit hard there, because if they're talking, you don't see much breathing, because we kind of talk and breathe at the same time, you know. But Che could definitely incorporate some of the breathing in like those close-ups when they're like when it dials in on the character. You'll be able to see like that diaphragm going up and down a little bit, because they're like anticipating that the other person to throw those knives, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah, that's definitely where Jay. Oh, I mean that's like how, like, think about that first shot where it's like underside of the lion. You'll see that pelvis kind of move, and you'll see a look like that the effect of like the breathing of the diaphragm on those arms, especially when they're that close to them in cam, you know, like we're like kind of right under there. Not so much on the back character, but you know, add a little bit on there, and you'll be good to go. But yeah. So that's pretty much it for animation. Any questions from the animation peeps before I move on to ZBrush? Any questions? Nope. Okay. Do you guys y'all get what I'm talking about when I say like moving holds and like adding life and checking those arcs? Because we're getting good at posing. I gotta say, our posing is getting a lot better. But we still have to have like really clean arcs, really nice moving holds, you know. So yeah, if something about that's not clear, then let me know, and I can help out. But yeah. All right, on to ZBrush. It's nothing crazy in ZBrush. I'm just going to show a few more tools and reiterate. Yeah, I feel these are eye-opening. It keeps the pose alive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like oftentimes we just want to get into a pose and then just leave our tangents flat, you know. But you need to kind of gradually get in there, have a little bit of overshoot, have a little bit of settle in there, have a little bit of kind of those circular arcs. That's how we get that liveliness. Gotta keep these boys alive. All right. So I went over a lot of this before, but I want to talk about, I just want to go over Hardsurface stuff again for David. David's gonna really, David has a lot of his work cut out for him with that, because it is pretty difficult to achieve. But like it just takes a lot of experimentation, getting used to the brushes. But before that, I kind of want to talk about masking as well again. Just a quick refresher. Let me get our spotlight out of here. Oops. Oh no. Sorry. Zoom is going over there. So I'm turning off spotlight. But yeah, so just to reiterate to y'all sculptors is that yeah, our mask tool for our mask pen. Actually, let's whip out a let's go to a recent project. Yeah, sure, let's do Betty. Let's go to Betty. So y'all saw me messing around with Betty's proportions earlier. And yeah, it was really nice the way that I was able to mask off parts. So if you hold control, you turn into a mask pen right there. It's really a really nice way to sort of kind of mask off areas. Like I didn't want to mess with the feet. So instead I could just do this and just have like, see how I'm like lightly stroking across here and it's giving a better fall off right there. So now if I pull up on the body and I use my move tool right here, if I move up, see how it stretches out like pretty nicely. Now they look like an alien, you know, but yeah, like you can, if you get a really gradual mask like that, then you can really do that stuff. Also, always be aware that in your masking a little palette down here, you can do like cool stuff like grow mask or blur mask. It's going to be more. Let me show you. I'm going to do I'm just going to refresh by dragging like control, holding control and then just dragging off the mesh right here. If I get like a really solid mask, so I just left click dragged over that, and if I just blur that, boom, 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 then it's very similar effect. It just takes a lot of blurring in there. Sharpen, exact opposite. It really whoops. It really dials in on there. You can shrink mask, boom. It's gonna make it a little bit smaller. You can sharpen again, but you can grow mask, and yeah. So yeah, there's a bunch of different options in there. But I want you to be aware of that, like say, because if we were to rig this character's legs are currently a bit too far apart. So if we try to move them forward, it's gonna kind of compress those in, and you'll see that some of these parts don't want to pull in, right? So what we can do instead is use masking and then rotate them into position. So let's refresh our mask, boom. And I'm just gonna select one leg. It's gonna select both, but that's fine. Let's dial this down and let's get a little bit of selection on the side here. So I want this to rotate as well. So now we go into our masking. If we just blur that mask, boom, and let's grow it a little bit. And then we click this. If we go into our move little gizmo thing right here, you can see that it's rotating from both sides. But if we move this off axis right here, so I'm gonna hold Alt to unlock this bad boy. And move this over to the side. Then I'm gonna let go of Alt to lock it into that spot again and rotate it, boom. We can just get some straight up and down legs. Pretty nice way of working there, you know. Unfortunately, these legs are like if you work like this, it'll be really annoying to kind of like polish the inside shape of these with your move brush again. It's like, look, if I pull on this, it's pulling, but if you were on my side, you'd feel it almost being like you know, two sides of the same pole of the magnet that are kind of pushing against each other there. So yeah, I usually just use like my clay buildup and stuff to work on legs that are like this close together. But yeah, and then you just polish up the rest of the shapes and boom, bang. Oops, there we go. So that's a little bit about masking. Now I want to talk about hiding. So masking and hiding. So mask is on control, right? And hide is on control shift. Whoop. You see that? So now the rest of my character is kind of hidden in there. And in order to swap it, you just, again, all these hotkeys are going to be under control shift. So you can let me just do that again. So control shift drag right there. Then if you can control shift drag off the mesh, it swaps it over to the other hidden part, you know. You can swap back and forth, and if you just click, then it's going to reveal both. And that's useful for like future stuff. Like we don't need to worry about that in this class, but I'll show you a use case for that. So if I go over to Lightbox, let's do a recent sculpt. Would I save changes? No. Sorry, this file's going to take forever to open. I saved it as a fat ZPR, so it's going to take a while. There we go. All right, so we have this game, this guy for the game that I'm making, and if we divide up the face right here, still a work in progress, so please forgive. But yeah, let's get our, let's do right there. So say we wanted to sculpt inside the mouth, right? Ooh, man, like how the fuck, how are we gonna do that? So what you can do is do your your hiding. 1 second, let me turn off all my subtools. Boom. And I'm at a pretty high subdivision level in here. And so if I can Control Shift drag, boom. There we go. So now we can sort of polish up the shape of the inside right there. And say we needed to add some more size to it. We could use our inflate brush, you know, kind of breathe back in some dimension in there. And yeah, and we can seal up those lips right there from this side, because we wouldn't have been able to touch those faces on the other side without hiding that. So now we just have a nice floating mouth, but if we click off, there we go. Then we have the rest of it, the rest of our dude here. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for that. There's one extra tool associated with the hiding tools, and let me show you with one of the lower poly parts of them. Let's go in here. I'm going to alt click that, and we can do our hiding tool on this, right? But a quick way of just kind of deleting different phalanges, like so if we wanted to delete off these fingers, what we could do is hold Control Shift, and instead of having select rectangle here, we could have we could have trim rectangle. And if I drag here, do that, boom, it just chops it off. And then you'll see if we turn on the polyline fill, it just seals it up with triangles. Not the best, you know, but if you Z-remesh, then it'll be fine. And it's a really fast way of doing it. They are a little bit finicky, these tools. They work most of the time, but sometimes they just don't. Like trim lasso. Like let's try this. So let's go in here. Let's see if it works. Boom. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Other way. So I have to go counterclockwise. There you go. And it worked. Nice. So that definitely can, like sometimes the tools can not work as well. But yeah, if you're ever chopping away at one of these things and then it chops away everything but your selection, you probably went around it in the wrong direction. So see how I'm going clockwise here? And it's just chopping off that hand. But if I go in the opposite direction, it leaves the body there. So yeah, definitely a cool tool that you should add to your sort of equipment pack, but it's not by any means super necessary. But yeah, so ZBrush masking, hiding, and chopping. So that's pretty much it for that. I'm gonna go for some. I'm gonna open up Betty again, and let's do some little bit of hard surface on Betty. Here we go. So let's pull up. Let's pull up this reference for. Yeah. Here we go. Here we got the reference. Let's go for one of these like just abdomen pads because these ones are looking pretty round. Let's go in here. I'll show you two options for these. So one, I might need a little bit more geo before I extract these in the first place. So here we go. And what shape are they? They're kind of like a U shape, like a very subtle U shape. Yeah, very subtle U. I'm guessing a hard outline on those, like a hard sort of, yeah, it looks like it comes down to a ridge right there. Okay. So let's do one of these. Right here. There we go. And then if we go to subtool, extract, and then let's not do double because double is going to go deep into the surface. Let's go to thickness of 0.2. Let's see what this looks like. And that might be good, actually. Let's see. Okay. And then remember that you have to accept after you extract right there. And you're good for that. So now I'm just going to use my move brush and sort of pull these different spots into position to kind of not like break up the form as much. You can also, since these are different poly groups, if you turn on polyfill, let me see, they should be. Let's check it. There we go. Yeah, okay, they are cool. If we do the little trick with these is if you go to geometry, Z remesh, keep groups and then smooth groups. Let's do same, turn off adapt, Z remesh. See how that became smooth and sort of rigid in there. So now we can do cool stuff like if we mask off all that part and then undo that hide, you can see that we only have those few things masked. And then if we want to go to if we want to grow mask a little bit and then reverse that by just control left clicking off in the space, then we'll only have that selected. Then we can just scale this. Let's go to unmasked center right here. Then go to axis. Oops. You can just move this in manually actually. And I'm holding Alt whenever I'm moving this around. Otherwise, it's going to start pulling that mesh with it. But yeah, this is a weird way to do it, but there you go. And then turn off polyline fill. And if you want to have like a hard edge right here, there's a few options. I would use Z modeler and kind of just insert an edge loop. Let's turn on polyline again so you can see. Whoops, my bad. I clicked a face, looking for an edge right there. Cool. And if we just drag this to the side, that's going to be a retaining edge loop there. going to do the same on the bottom. And then geometry, divide, boom, boom, boom. There you go. Pretty solid, smooth. It wasn't the most like natural way of doing that. I'll show a more sculptural way, and then I'll show one more. I'm going to undo that mask that we did for that first extraction, and then I'll just show a more natural way to do this. It's the one I showed last class with the kind of H polish. So let's get our extraction shape in there. Let's go to subtool. We're going to extract this out. Kind of looks insane, but whatever. We'll let it rock. Let's accept that. And then geometry. I like to do that Z remesh and with the keep groups on and smooth groups to kind of get that. Let's do same. There we go. I'm going to do another one. There you go. There you go. And now we can go in and I'm just going to smooth over this. Just smoothing over these shapes. And then we can just go in with a nice, either a trim dynamic, which is BTD, and go in there and start hardening up those sides, or a BHP for H polish. H polish also works really well for this. You can get that ridge in there this way. You can just slowly build that up. Yeah, there's a little bit more control over this method, but it is possible to kind of get lost in the geometry, especially if you go too high poly too soon. I definitely recommend staying very low poly for this. You know, get these shapes into the right spot. And then you can just divide them. Boom. Divide, divide. Look at that. There you go. Sharpen up that little edge. I'm just using H polish for this. Just a little bit of H polish. There you go. Hard surface shape right there. Hard surface shape. So yeah, either of those are going to work for you. I could show like a really, I'll show a weird one as well. Let's do one for like the chest plate. So let's see what that looks like in the source. Okay, so you have basically a few different elements in there. One for the actual, let's just do the chest plate portion rather than this top one. I'm imagining that the distance out of that sort of top gold plate would be the same distance out away from the mesh as the chest plate, and then this white is kind of like a little bit lower in there. It's a little, that's kind of what I'm imagining for this construction, but I'm just going to do that outer chest plate first. So let's go right here. Oh wait, let me make sure I refresh my mask so I'm not extracting a bunch of bonus random stuff. And here we go. Oops. So this is going to be a bit weird. We could still use the same things that we did for either of these, really. But it's kind of I'm not sure if this, I've never done this for like hard metal. I usually do this for like thin clothes, but I think this would work fine for that. So let's go to extract. Sorry, I'm lost in the ZBrush UI. Extract and then accept. And then I'm going to immediately do that Z remesh. Keep groups to smooth. One to align it up with that. Oh, sorry, I didn't do the proper. See, it went super high poly there because I didn't do same adapt. But I really like this level of polys for working with hard surface stuff. There we go. Already looking pretty interesting. And let's see. Okay. Okay, yeah, this should work. So I'm gonna do my hiding tool. I'm just gonna do select rectangle so I don't like chop off anything. And then I hid the rest of that, right? So a nice quick way of getting rid of that now is to do, where is it? Modify topology, delete hidden, and boom, it's gone. This is all the object now. Like we just deleted everything else. And now we only have to worry about this outer shell. Again, I use this for like thin clothing and stuff. And you'll see why in the end. So I can get that nice round shape right there. If I want to sort of bevel out these a little bit more, I can use a soft clay buildup brush. Sort of get more in here. And I'm going to use alternate smooth a little bit, see how that does. And yeah, looking pretty good, looking pretty good. Yours seems to have a constant bevel between the boobs right here. So let's get that in there. And I'm just gently going over this bunch of strokes on the stylus here. Very small, very gradual. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Let's get some of this beveled out as well. There we go. And it's looking pretty clean. Looking pretty clean. Now we need to have a way to sort of bring that back, right? Because I deleted those other polygroups. So I like to use Z modeler. Boom. And cool thing about Z modeler is that it can do a bunch of different things. But if you hold space, you can see all of the different options you can get. You can just mask stuff off. You can do whatever. I'm going to extrude though, and y'all know about extruding. Y'all have extruded in Maya before, but have you ever extruded in ZBrush? I don't think so. I don't think so, y'all. And let's do all polygons. Boom. So now if I click down on a polygon and then drag it right there, you're going to see it extruding that, and now it's like flipped inside out, right? So in order to fix that, we just go to display properties, flip, boom, there we go. And I seem to have some sort of problem in there with this part. Let's see if I can fix it by, I'm gonna turn on transparent, and I'm just gonna kind of move this. Yeah, because I noticed that when I smoothed it earlier, it did like the same weird thing. I'm a bit concerned that there might have been something wrong with my Z remesh at the start. Nothing super concerning, but yeah, let's try to fix this up. So I'm gonna move that. I'm gonna move this and make that hard edge right there. Let's pump this out as well. There we go. Normally I would have just done another Z remesh and see if that fixed it before I did this, but might as well just fix it this way. And so now we have another just a nice extrude right here, and we can go back into our Z modeler and add an edge loop. there. Nice, nice. And we can add an edge loop down here as well. And we should be able to divide. It looks like our spot up here is going to get really weird, but we should be able to go to divide and turn this off. And yeah, and we have nice smooth stuff. So basically, to work with high poly or with hard surface stuff, you keep it low, and then you get it into that right spot, and then you add some edge loops, or you just H polish a lot of the spots like this, and then you get the results you want. You get the results you want. It does take a lot of finesse though. It does take a lot of finesse. You got to get used to it. But that is pretty much it for hard surface stuff. Any other ZBrushers with questions before I show some cool Substance Painter stuff? Any other questions?
Mike, I had a question.
Yeah. What's up?
I don't know about the whole select rectangle erase thing. So when I erased one of my feet, I selected the whole mesh and then I just deleted the part and then I added I inserted a primitive at the bottom of it. Is that going to affect anything, or is that going to be okay?
That should be okay. So let me get this straight, just so I know, so we're on the same page. So you had your character right here.
Yeah.
And then you didn't like the foot of the character.
The calf area, yeah.
So then you, what did you do from here? Did you didn't do this or something, or?
I think I did either a mask and I selected it and I deleted the hidden part.
Yeah. Okay. So you did this maybe, and then did you do like split masked points and then delete that subtool or something?
Yeah, basically the subtool got deleted. So it's like the bottom part is just hollowed out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So let me just, I'll just do that with the delete hidden thing. So boom, right there. And then I'm going to, I'm sorry about that. There, and then geometry, delete hidden. Oh, whoops, sorry. I need to delete the subdivision levels, delete lower, and then do that again. Delete hidden. So this is what your character looks like. It basically has the empty space down there, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And then what you did was you appended a subtool in here. Append, let's do sphere. And then you moved and scaled this down, I'm guessing. Kind of made your own foot.
I didn't do the append part. I just did an IMM primitive.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Let's do that then. Yeah, that's completely fine. Completely
Okay,
fine.
cool.
Yeah. So like this, I'm just kind of retracing the steps so we have the similar models. That way I'm not giving you any weird information. So insert mesh. Oh, sorry. Let's go up my list to the body. There we go. Insert mesh. There. Go. So now I'm not going to finish out the foot and stuff, but I'm guessing this is like what it looks like. Basically what you can do is just deselect all. You'll have this little seam here. And the best way to merge things that are in the same subtool is geometry, Dynamesh. So let's go to our Dynamesh menu. Let's do a resolution of 128. Sure, let's see that. That's a little bit too low poly for my tastes. So I'm going to do something a bit higher. I'm going to do a resolution of 248. Yeah, that's looking good. And then our last step is to just Z remesh, because right now it's giving us like some chaos polygons. But if we Z remesh and let's do same. And it's going to do some thinking. And we'll have some clean geo again. Boom, ready to sculpt. And there's no seam here anymore. It's just completely welded up. But yeah, Does that work? Do you need me to go over that? Any other step in that?
No, that
Yeah.
was super helpful. That was super helpful.
Nice. Okay.
Thank
Yeah. So
Thank
just
you.
remember that's what the Dynamesh is for. Perfect
Okay.
for merging things together. Watch out for it on fingers though, because if it's too low res, it will weld those fingers together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mike.
No problem. No problem. Any other ZBrushers? Any other ZBrushers in chat? Any ZBrushers in chat with questions? Before I just kind of show a little bit of fun stuff.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, Tam beat you to the punch. 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. That was almost frame perfect. Let's see. Mike, do you have any tips for making free-flowing clothes? Like, wait, oh, Tam's giving up the spot. All right. Shoot your question.
Okay, so if I were to, if I wanted a body part to scale it down, and it's already maxed, how would I go about doing that?
If you want to scale a body part down, yeah, that's where I'd say masking would be perfect. So let me turn off my little thing right here. So say I didn't like how big this arm was, right? I would go in and mask it off right here. So I'm just, again, it's control, and then I have an enormous brush right now. Look at that, look at the size of it. Right there. And then I would invert this mask, and you could go down to the mask menu and do that. You'd be like, okay, inverse, boom. And then you can do some resizing, but you can also just control and then stylus down when you're not on the mesh at all, and it will reverse that. But in order to, so there's a few different ways. Do you want it to like shrink down in size, like in thickness, or do you want it to like be moved around? Which one?
Shrink down the thickness.
The thickness. Okay. Yeah. So I would use just a large brush and then smooth. So I would hold shift and then just go over the object a little bit. You see that? See how it's getting thinner right there?
Okay.
So I would do that. If you get too thin on there, remember, you can always start smoothing and then let go of shift to do alternate smoothing, and then it will still smooth out those points. If you get way too thin though, like it starts crumbling in on itself, you're going to need to use your inflate brush. It's spelled in flat. I have no idea why, but you can see how just doing a few strokes over this spot kind of brings out that thickness again. So there's definitely a few ways. If you want like an even shrink that, and you're not really liking the using the regular smooth brush with shift, you can also go to, where is it? Deformation. And there's a bunch of different things in here. Don't worry about 80% of them. I'd say, but like the one we're looking for is inflate right here. Basically like the brush, right? Inflate brush. And it's a little slider. So you can see when I drag it up, it gets real thick. Looks like Mega Man now. If I drag this in, it gets real spindly. And look, the ends are collapsing on itself. So I just go in with an alternate smooth right there a little bit until it's fixed right there. And then, you know, inflate brush a little bit more. Boom, bang. Does that work, or do you want me to go over that again? Any part of that? I can go over some stuff again.
Yeah. If I'm trying to shrink down the feet just a little bit, and having difficulty using like the smooth tool to do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because it did it not look like it did on my screen? So like, let me go back. Like when you smooth, it's not shrinking down like this.
It's not shrinking down like that.
Oh, weird. Hold shift, and tell me what brush pops up in this top left over here.
Okay. Smooth.
Huh, that should be working. Would you
Yeah.
mind sharing your screen? Is that possible?
Yeah, I think so. If you have the settings for that.
Yeah. I need to enable that. I was just making sure you're down to share the screen. Let's see, multiple participants. I need to stop my share though in order to watch yours. It's a weird thing in Zoom. So yeah, don't worry. I'm still here. Just watching your screen share.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
And so I'm doing this, and it's not really
Yeah.
shrinking as much.
So it could be your subdivision level. Do you have multiple subdivision levels on this model? So go to the geometry tab. We can tell really fast in there. Yeah, no, you don't have multiple subdivision levels. So what we can do instead is basically you have like it's kind of too high poly to smooth easily. So smooth kind of caps out at a certain poly count, and it gets really hard to smooth. What we can do instead is that deformation. So close that geometry tab. Go to the deformation tab, and then go to inflate. It's kind of low on that list. Yeah, inflate, and then drag that a little bit to the left. Right there. And drag it to
see the.
Yeah, it's definitely working. It's definitely working. So yeah, drag that to whatever amount you want, and then you're gonna have to undo that mask at some point and just kind of smooth that transition between them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
No problem. No problem. All right. Tam asks, Mike, do you have any tips for making free-flowing clothes like skirts or cloaks? Yeah, there's a super cool guide for skirts. I believe it's by that Danny Mac guy as well. I'll link that one in the chat just because this is like amazing. Let me see. Zbrush, skirt, tutorial. It's a roundabout method, but it's fast and good. But I'll talk about that cloak because that's going to be a bit different. Let's see. Let me go to the chat. Oh, his tutorial is also just 60 seconds, so we can just watch it together. Let's do this. Screen share. Boom, bang.
That I learned from Pablo Munoz Gomez.
Basically, he has. Yeah. So he's basically going to make a flat plane of polys and then kind of bridge between them. I don't know if you guys remember the bridge tool in Maya, but this one works for skirts. And here, see, he's making the outline of the skirt. And then he's clicking that top, that bottom seam of the character, and then it just makes the in between there. That's not going to work very well for a cloak though. So definitely check this tutorial out. I'm going to just link that in chat and in Discord. He has a bunch of different other tutorials too. That's why I completely recommend that channel, guys. Don't think of me as the only source of info on this stuff. I'm one of many. But for your cloak, that's going to be a bit different. I'm going to show you something similar. It's basically the similar workflow that I did for this top chest piece. Simply because one, it's probably a little bit of a thin object, and it's going to be hard to work with. So we want to just only work with one side of that, and we're going to extract it out of the character. So let me hide the chest plate and let me look at your reference. So hide right there. Boom, bang. Because if I recall correctly, this is a bit of a it's a bit of a large close. Okay, so it's probably this, right? This right here that I'm thinking of, that you're thinking of doing. Yep. Okay. So there's a few things right here. And it's good to have the anatomy in place before you start this, simply because it's going to need to hug the arms closely right there at the top. But let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get this out of the way here. So I'm just getting this in here. I'm making sure there's a clean divide right here because there's a split down the center of it, right? Let me look at, I'm going to pull Discord to the other screen so I can just look at it easily. There we go. All right, so it goes down to the waist. Man, this is a sick cloak. I love this character design, dude. And then it kind of winds over the arm. So the problem is we can't just do this because there's like it folds over the front, and then it kind of is a webbing that goes over the arm, right? So if we went under the arm and extracted it, you're going to get geo down here. We don't want that. We don't want that. So I'm going to deselect that, all that under stuff. And let's just get that into position. And yeah, here we go. And this goes around the back of the neck. Looking good, looking good. And then we're just gonna kind of bring this down to the butt and above right here. And yeah, I know it looks really weird right now. It doesn't look like that, but we're gonna basically bully it into that shape. So let's do this. Geometry. Oh, sorry, subtool, extract. And then I'm gonna dial down the thickness. I'm gonna do like 0.02. And then let's do extract. That's still too thick in my opinion. Still a little bit too thick. I'd do 0.01. I'm just clicking into that box, typing in the number, and then pressing enter. Then extract. I'm going to do 0.005. 0.005. Boom. Extract. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Accept. Right? And then in here, there's a few things now. I'm going to do that same thing I did with David's chest plate piece. So I'm going to Control Shift to click. And then everything else is hidden. And I'm going to go immediately into geometry. Sorry, modify topology right there. Delete hidden. And so now we have nothing else on this cloth, right? And what we can do is just start to move this. So we're moving it. I'm smoothing it. Right there. Because this kind of has more body. There, and it goes out like these end up extending a lot, right? So I'm gonna. So my instinct is to just pull this right, but it's bringing all that shoulder with it, where in reality it doesn't do that. So I'm gonna mask off this top stuff, and then pull this down here. There we go. And at this point, I'm going to Z-remesh to keep groups. I'm going to Z-remesh. Oops. There we go. Okay, good. I did it without the. I'm going to do Z-remesh half because it's a little bit too high poly for my tastes. So Z-remesh. There we go. I don't know quite how this fastens in on the back. I'd love to know. This is gonna be more up to you, but yeah. So there we go. We have that. There seems to be a sort of crease in the fabric here. There we go. Oh wait, neither do I. Lol. I have to peek at it again. Yeah, I was looking at the reference. I was like, I'm only getting the front, so like, who knows what's going on back there? Right here. It's looking better. Remember basing it off of poncho style design? Oh yeah. And then I'm going to mask off this stuff because I don't want it to get selected. I'm going to do this as well. Don't want any of that to get selected. I could have been smart and just control drag through like this, but I am just a lone stupid man. So forgive me. And then masking, I'm going to blur my mask. And then now we're going to pull out that huge cloak shape. Right? So that goes down to about halfway through the calves right there. And we can just move out. So let's move. Boom, there we go. We can undo the mask. Go back into our move brush right here. Get this around the butt. And then yeah, so you can see how we're getting that sort of shape in there. At this point, I would probably Z remesh. I would do same though. I don't want to go too low poly. Let's see what that does. There we go. And yeah, so now let's do move topological still. I'm gonna use my little smoothing brush here and start to move these different pieces. Yeah, so it's just gonna be a lot of moving this stuff around and sharpening up these points on the cloak right here. These ones are gonna be kind of annoying. Let's see if we can use snake hook for this. Snake hook is like very rarely used. This might be a good use case for it to get like these sharp angles. Let's see. Yeah, doesn't work too bad. I'm going to use my move topological just to kind of fix all these other ones right here. There we go. There we go, my friends. Yeah, so that's a sharp point up there. Let's get the one down here. Oh, this one's like only a few verts right here anyway, so pretty easy to do. There we go. Probably move this in a little bit. That's nice. Actually, it comes out a little bit with the chest and then kind of, oops, then kind of falls back in here. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. The rest will just be like kind of pushing in on this cloth, making it look convincing as cloth. New Zbrush, like 2021, has like cloth dynamics, so you can set up something like this and then like kind of have it drape. And then it can turn out pretty nice. But I don't think you guys have that with your trials, unfortunately. Also, I've never messed with that, so I wouldn't be able to help you guys out with that. I should though. Sounds like a lot of fun. Damn, I'd love to try it, but I'm running a crack of 2021. Because if it's of 2021, then you probably could look up a nice little tutorial on it. Oh, R7, yeah, R7.8, yeah, that's an older one. Yeah, that doesn't have it, unfortunately. It's really old. Yeah, that's what I learned on, I think. Zbrush 4, R7, 4, something like that. Yeah, I think that was the version I learned on. If that shows my age at all. But yeah, there you go. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. Just refining the shape. Last step, though. It gets the job done, so it's still Gucci. Yeah, I think most of the, I think all the tools that I showed are still in that. Last step, ooh, Z modeler might not be in there, which is my last step. And that's, I just do that thing where I extrude all polygons. The way you access this menu is spacebar again, and then you just drag that in a little bit. Boom. And then you do display properties. Make sure that it's not clipping like this down here. This might be okay because it's like kind of hidden. Then with this bottom stuff, it's a little bit in there. But then, yes, then you just get that extrusion, and then there you go. I don't know if Z modeler's in that version though. So, oops. Yeah, I don't think I have it. I don't think there's an extrude function. Let's see, geometry. If anything, it would be in modified topology. Ooh, yeah, I don't think so. What you could do is export that piece to Maya and then extrude in Maya and do that. But yeah, but I can manually tweak it. No problem. Yeah, you could also just leave it as one piece of geo without the thickness to it, so it would just be like this. And then when you render it out in Maya and stuff, you just turn on backface. Like you make it so you can see back faces, which is on by default, but you have to adjust the lighting a little bit, and then it'll work. It'll work the same way. I just like to, because if you're doing like a proper high poly model, then you have to have both the sides of that, you know, but we don't need to worry about that. But yeah, that's it for that. Any other ZBrushers with questions? Any other ZBrushers in chat? No problem, Tim. No problem. No ZBrushers in chat? Okay. Okay. Then that means we're going to do a little bit of, I'm just going to kind of show everyone a little bit about the high poly to low poly pipeline, or low to high poly pipeline. Let me stretch out real quick. Whew. Okay. So basically, we're working in ZBrush, right? And we have models that are like this one is what, 176,000 polys. And then if we click on the character, actually let me switch that other file. Nah, fuck it. So basically, like think about how much detail are in like Hollywood movies. Like think of like Thanos in Infinity War. Like you could see like in close-up shots all of like the wrinkles of his skin. You could see the pores. You could see all of that. And it's like how do they even have meshes that are that dense? You know. And the trick is that they don't. In ZBrush they would have that. It would be like millions of polys, like tens of millions, maybe like like 4 to 10 million in there. But in Maya, like think about painting skin weights for a rig for something that's 4 million polys, right? That sounds like hell to me, guys. Not gonna lie. So they need to do tricks, right? Because one, that wouldn't even run in Maya. A 4 million poly skin mesh, that's not gonna run. So what they need to do is have a low poly version of it. And then at render time, the computer goes in and splits up the model. And then in order to get that detail back of like when to groove in and when to groove out, it uses a displacement map. And you're like, what displacement map? What do you mean? So remember, maps are texture maps. So are textures. And video games use the same thing. They don't use as much displacement as they do normal maps though. So normal is lighting information. And this will all make sense in a little bit when I bake out a map in front of you guys. But we have a few different channels, right? We have color or albedo. It's called the same, both those words mean the same thing. We have roughness, which is how shiny something is. Like imagine like a really rough surface, like a old dusty wood floor, very rough, has a lot of grain in it, not very shiny. So that's gonna be high roughness, therefore not a lot of shine. Think about a polished wood floor though, very refined. Someone went in, sanded a bunch, put on some stains, put on some wax, and then got all of that super dialed in. And so that's not very rough at all. All of those little micro wrinkles, micro things got all smoothed out. So it's very smooth. So it's very low on the roughness meter. Then there's metalness, how metal something is. If you look at anything that's shiny, like this mug, like this mug is very shiny, probably same shininess as like other mugs and stuff. But think about the shininess of a metal object. So like this pen right here, like that tip, it's the same amount of shininess as this mug, right? But yet they reflect things different in real life, right? So that's metalness. Metalness kind of controls that parameter. It's very binary. It's either on or off. The only time that it's in a middle ground is if you have like a thin layer of dust on something that's in metal, and then you get those like in between values. That's the only time that you'd use those in between values. However, there's also the lighting information, normal, which basically we're going to cheat a bunch of detail, and you're about to see that in action. So let me go to file, or let's go to Lightbox. We can find it in here. So I have this little Viking shield, and let me open up the project. And you can see that it's a pretty fat file. That's why it's taking so long. Oh, also, if you guys are running out of space on your hard drive, find out where, because you know how ZBrush makes those auto saves, find out where it saves those to, and then delete old ones that you don't need anymore. I like a month back, I found that folder and it had like 170 gigs worth of old auto saves in it, and I was like, oh my god. So then I just deleted those out of there. Freed up a lot of space. Now I don't have to worry about maxing out when I'm like recording a lecture for you guys. But yeah, so this is like a high poly shield that I sculpted. I could have sworn I showed this to people, but it had to have been in Computer Animation 1. And this file is large, so it's going to take a while. Wait, I lied. I remember seeing this shield last class. I thought so, David. I wasn't sure though. I wasn't sure. Yeah. Oh, I'll show it again though. I'll show it again. And then I'll show some more Substance Painter stuff today. Obviously, I don't expect you guys to remember it, but I just want you guys to know where we're kind of gearing towards for the class. Oh my God, this is taking forever to open. No. If it has to do another, I'm gonna die. No. Oh God. And it's still cranking away. Not too bad on this one. Let me close down. We'll close down Old Punchin' Zelda. Hello, I'm back. Had to step away. Happy this is being recorded and uploaded. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Let me close this one as well. All right, so I just got the shield that I'm talking about in the side thing. I'm going to make a new document though. There we go. Let's drag this into the scene. Boom. And edit. Let's assign a basic material there. So yeah, this shield probably looks familiar to you guys. I showed it last class. And this is what I'm talking about with baking those maps, right? So we have, what, 6.8 million polys here? That's not going to work. We can't have that shit in Maya. Maya would explode. You even have to decimate this before you send it over to Maya to retopologize it, you know, before you use that quad draw. But yeah, so then in Substance Painter, let's pop up in Painter. Yeah, let's launch. So Substance Painter, you can do a bunch of cool stuff. Like this is all 3D, you know. This guy's been painted up in Substance Painter. But a lot of this detail gets baked in from sculpts, you know. So like this probably isn't. This could be, but like a lot of this like shape and detail on these, like on the leather and stuff. Maybe not these repeating shapes. That could be done in Substance Painter, and Designer. But stuff like that, it's usually sculpted in. Our sculpts are usually the larger scale stuff. New version, no. Close. Recent files. Shield Painter demo. Let's open that bad boy up. So here's a little, like a finished version of this, right? And if I go select my little polys, you can see how low poly this thing is, right? And we were just baking out maps to make this thing look that way, right? Baking maps out, you can see the actual geometry, especially on like the silhouette. So if I go close to it, you can see how like undefined that geometry is compared to that high poly. But if you rotate out, you can definitely, like, you can't even tell. Like it's a very convincing illusion that we're doing here. But yeah, and then you like all the layers that I'm doing stuff with, like this metal, you can go in. There we go. And you can adjust the different channels on this, like the roughness, right? So now if it's like super dusty and old, you can make it look that way. If it's not metal, it's going to look like a ceramic piece of like exactly like my mug, you know. But if you turn off that metalness up, then it's exactly what you get. You get a metal object right there. And your normal map, that's basically going to be your baked out maps over here. So if I go to my mesh maps, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Normal map, boom. That's what's giving us that fake lighting data. That's all the fakery at work in there. We have ambient occlusion. That's kind of our contact shadows. each of the grooves, like when that gets close to each other, it's going to make a shadow. These dark outlines are from the same thing. It's ambient occlusion. That's because my high poly rivets are a bit too big compared to my low poly. My low polys are a little bit too small. That's why you see that. I would probably go back into my original file and make those larger before I go for the full version. Curvature, you can see all of the different parts where the mesh bevels out and goes back in. And we can use a lot of cool different effects to kind of create different effects across the surface of this, you know. So if we do material, then if I take my ambient occlusion, like say I want to make it so this this wood out here pops out a little bit more, I could add in a new fill layer, and let's turn off like my metalness, my color. I need color still. I don't need height. I don't need rough. I just need that. And let's do like a warm. Let's do a warm red, orangish color, like an ochre. Something with a little bit more warmth in it. Right there. I'm going to add a black mask, telling it that like this layer doesn't appear on anything. And then if we go and fill both these, boom. And then if we add a generator, now generators mess around with those high poly maps. So if one of y'all is lucky enough to get your high poly and low poly going, then you can use one of these generators with those maps. I'm going to use ambient occlusion. And you'll see that's kind of going across everything right now, but you get these different values in here that you can kind of change. And as I change this balance, you can see that it's kind of going across the rest of the mesh. So let me fix that real quick. I'm going to Control G to group that. And on that group, I'm going to apply a black mask. And then in that mask, that's what I'm going to tell it to be only on the wood. Right there, boom, both sides of it. So now it's kind of subtle, but you can see that like my grooves of the wood are getting darker, and I'm kind of popping out that surface detail right here. It's pretty visible in the UVs right there. You see that? So you can do that. We can also take let's do I mean, we could add like a layer of paint. Like if we wanted to do like runes on the front of this, we could add a fill layer, do a black mask. On this fill layer, let's do white paint. We don't need any of this, maybe roughness a little bit higher up. But then we can go into this paint layer, this fill layer right here. Right click it, add paint to that mask. So now if we go to mask, we're just gonna be painting this mask on. Let's go into our brush, see how it's going in here, and oh, it's not working. 1 second. It's because I was painting in grayscale of 0, but if I'm painting 1, boom, bang. And then if I go out of my mask little preview, see that's just painting on the surface of that. So if you do that, you can get a lot of cool stuff going. You can even use a different brush for this. So let me undo, go to brushes. Let's do artistic soft fingers. Ew, sounds nasty. Let's do artistic heavy sponge to get a little bit of texture in there. So now when I go over that again, boom. You could look up some Viking runes, get some really cool stuff going in there. But again, like you're kind of limited to some of your materials in there. So if you can get more materials, that's pretty awesome. I'm going to show you guys a little bit of Substance Designer to make some materials of your own. We're not going to be doing that in this class. It's a little bit outside of the scope of this class because I have to teach you guys how to use a node-based material creator, which if you're doing some modeling, then I really recommend looking into. But for this class, it's a little bit out of scope. But so if we take that paint, say we didn't want it to go in the grooves, we could just right click, add a generator on that, and do that same ambient occlusion on there. Right there. And like that. And let's put our paint on top of that. There we go. But yeah, and then I'm gonna need to, I basically need to put a mask and then copy that I need to copy that paint onto the, I would need to be painting on the level above that if I wanted to do this. So I'd do this, add a black mask, boom. On that black mask, that's where my paint would go. And then, yeah, and you can see how it's not going over those grooves as much in there. Let me remove that paint from the bottom layer. Sorry, there we go. So you can see how it's like auto masking off that paint, you know. It's super sick, pretty convincing, you know, pretty convincing. So yeah, plenty of cool stuff to do in here. Plenty of cool stuff. Like if I wanted this metal to not be as shiny, I could use a curvature map, right? Because if you go through your baked out mesh maps, boom, you got curvature in here. So if I wanted to have more scratches on this, then curvature would be perfect for that. So if I go back to material, let's go to our metal, boom. And we basically want another metal in here. So I'm going to duplicate that layer. This one, I want it to be rough though. Yeah, rough, and then let's brighten up the color a little bit. Boom. And then let's add another generator. We're all about that generator life, y'all. So let's do that generator. Let's do curvature. And that's kind of popping out. First, let me group that again, and then mask that entire folder off. So add a black mask there. And then copy mask, paste into mask. There we go. Then for this curvature, now we can control the curvature parameters. And there you see that. So this is completely off, but if we put it on a little bit, sharpen up the contrast in there. Get some really interesting sort of effects going on. I might darken this bottom roughness there. Let's do that. But yeah, so now there's more difference between them, but you can really see the two different metals now. But yeah, bunch of different sort of things in there. I'm going to go open recent file, cold painter file. Let's discard those. Yeah, so we have this character that I'm doing. And basically right now, it's kind of like I just did a bunch of fill layers so far, nothing crazy. But I wanted to have a difference in material for these like shoulder pads, right? I want more kind of scuffed up metal for that, right? So what I did is I made my own material in Substance, and I have like a kind of a low poly sort of style to my game, very like sharp edges. So I'm making a material that's kind of like that. It's that similar red metal material, but I'm just gonna save that and then publish it. And red steel rough stylized. Let's copy this location. There we go. And then back in Substance Painter, can import that as a resource. I'm going to add a resource. And let's go to there. We're looking for red steel rough stylized, open. And then bring it in as a base material. Boom, bang. Import it to, I'm just going to do shelf because I want it there to be there forever. We have this red steel. let's see, that's the gold. Here's the red. There we go. I'm going to duplicate that. And then on the material for it, I'm just going to drag in that red steel material. Well, there we go. We can, now you can see that it has some of that jaggedness to it. And if I go to scale, I can really crank up the scale of this. So you can start to see a lot of that jaggedness in there. And I feel like it adds a lot. But I could really multiply it by any of my masks as well, you know. So if I only want it to be on the outside of these, I could multiply it by ambient occlusion. You can also do really cool things like let's add a generator on this. Let's do light. So now if we look at the mask for this light, you can see that it's only going to be on the front right there, and you can just tilt like where on the model this is going to actually show. So let's do it from the above, because that's where it's going to get the most wear, you know, right there. And then if I just group that folder, then copy this mask over onto that folder's mask, paste into mask. Then we look at our material. Then we're only getting it on these like top faces, you know? So you can do a lot of cool modular sort of stuff like that. Really cool stuff. Definitely recommend checking it. If you're looking to become a modeler, I recommend Substance Designer. This is kind of like a niche example because like I'm working in a low poly style, you know? But you can see, let me look it up. Like Chunk, I believe it is. Yeah, this guy's another cool substance designer sort of dude. And he'll show a breakdown of all the little nodes in there. This is just future learning if you want to do this stuff. Let me find a good, cool material that he makes. This one. So like node by node, like see how he's dragging in all these different little squares. Each of them has a different like operation on it. And he's adding more right here, tiles, you know, tile generator. And he's just kind of modifying, like he starts with this, right? Just bricks. Then he slowly goes in, refines it, keeps pushing on it. And like look what he ends up with, like towards the end. Like, my God. My God. This is just like, so now this is like a material that he could just use on anything. And it's like, it's wild. It's wild that that we can possibly do that. But yeah, that's the magic, y'all. That's the true magic. But yeah, so that's a little bit about the high to low poly pipeline. It's a little bit of a review because we did that in last class, but I don't think I showed any generators really with this kind of stuff. But yeah, there's also, once you guys get to the texturing step, there's also Substance Share, which is a free website, free exchange platform, and you can see a bunch of different materials that other people have made. So I'm going to put this in the chat, and I'm going to put this in. I know no one's on the texturing part of things besides Benny. Benny might be close. But yeah, we post this in Discord as well. More free resources. Okay, right there. All right. All right, so that's pretty much it. Benny, do you want me to go over baking maps?
Sure. Well, I think I'm gonna have to go soon, so I don't want to make you do it if I'm not here to observe it. I think you would need it for what I'm doing.
I mean, it'd be a cool way of getting that detail into that hammer, because you've already sculpted it into it, you know. And you had the low poly, I think, right?
I was working with low and high, yeah.
Yeah. So if you have the low poly and the high poly, basically you'd load. Let me open up that other file, the shield. God, discard. Actually, let's see. So you have your low poly. Like when you load in, it would basically be this with no materials and no texture sets. So first step, you go to texture set settings, bake mesh maps. You can also find it under edit, I believe, bake mesh maps. And you'd have your output size. Your low poly has to be UV'd, right? So you have to cut those UV seams on it and then unfold it. And then output size, yeah, might as well do 2048 if we have a high definition mesh. And then high definition mesh is in here. Click this little sheet right there, and then you navigate to wherever your shield is, or like whatever your high poly is. Mine's a high poly shield. You know, yours would be that high poly hammer that you export.
Right.
It takes in an FBX or an OBJ would work for that. And yeah, I think if you get some weird baking, you can adjust these max frontal and max rear distance values. Make sure your normals are softened on the low poly, and make sure your anti-aliasing is at at least 4x4 or 8x8, one of those.
Okay. How would I make sure that my normals are softened before I burn it?
I don't know about Blender, but in Maya, you just go to mesh. You click your object, and then go to mesh display, soften edge, and then it will completely soften out that model.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a function in in Blender for that. Let me just Google real quick. Blender soften edge normals. Yeah, it should be in this page somewhere. So look that up. I'll put that in Discord as well. I'll just DM that to you on Discord.
Okay.
There we go. All right.
Thank you.
And there you go. You can bake some mesh maps out and have a good time.
Cool, 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 cool. All right. Rad.
No problem. No problem. No problem, man. Yeah. So yeah, just do that on the hammer and you should be good to go. All right. So basically, y'all are free to go. I've been talking for a while. I did want to help out Sammy with a problem with her switching between IK and FK. So Sammy, you sent me that file, right, of all your stuff?
I think I did.
Yeah. Let me download all those. Rig, yeah. And ballet, hell yeah. And this is in my 2020, so let me get it popped open again. But yeah, if y'all don't have any questions and y'all aren't interested in IK-FK switching, then you're free to peace out. I'll catch you later. Remember, we're gonna have our little specialization 1 due date is next week. So if you have a smaller scene that you'll be able to finish, like the Spider-Man walk, that was like pretty much done, you know. I think Ricardo could be done next week as well. then yeah, then you'll turn that in. Otherwise, it's just a check-in to make sure you're on track for progress. So like some people have like full characters that they're modeling. So yeah, you just need to show me your current up-to-date work, and yeah, you'll get like an in progress grade. But yeah, so that's how next class is gonna go. Film folk will also be presenting next class, so it'll be cool. It'll be a little show everyone what we've been up to sort of day.
Take it easy, Mike.
All right, see you later, Benny. While my eyes open, I'm gonna get a drink of water. Be right back. All right. So let's hop into some Maya. Let's get some legs matched up. So I'm going to open downloads. There we go. Okay. Oh man. Gotta go to the beginning. It's basically like, look at this foot. Like it goes into position, it goes up, and then it like snaps, which is like, it's what the human does, but like that pop of that knee, that's gonna be a lot more easily solved in FK, you know? So let's freaking do this. Also polish up these sort of like foot movements right here. Make sure that doesn't penetrate through the ground. And foot contacts are horrendous to deal with. It's just foot contacts are like one of my least favorite parts of animation, simply because they just take a lot of time and they're pretty lame. But I'm just using my I'm just snapping through each of the keyframes with my little time slider right here, or my hotkey to do that. So right there, see how it's clean now. It's leaving the ground gracefully and convincingly. So that's the kind of stuff that we have to do for each of these contacts. Pretty annoying, but whatever. But the real question is, how do we get it to match the? Oh wait. Oh, this might be sick. Wait, is this FK? Is this Orby doing it? Knee control curve. Oh, what's that? Can I move this? Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Don't touch that. That's kind of sick though, because it's going to make tracking this a lot easier. We only have one part where that is being pulled on. Oh, interesting. So it's for this. I could see it being used stylishly for this. Yeah, I could see that. I agree. Michael agrees. All right, so basically I want this foot to be entirely an FK. And I really hope the pivot point of this ankle is right there. Okay, I think it should be. But let's go to modify. Or let's go to create. locator. Boom. And I got a small little locator in the scene now. I'm gonna call this ankle locator. I'm gonna duplicate it immediately. Do knee locator. And we need one for the hip as well. So hip locator. And my next step is to go into show, I want to see the joints for this rig. Boom. There we go. Oh, wild. Let's go into object mode, see if this looks right. Yeah, that's sick. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work very nicely. There we go. So next step is red 9. So I'm gonna click my little red 9 button, open the animation toolkit, and then click the driver, then the driven. That's the hip locator. And I'm gonna do snap transforms. I wanna snap translation and rotation. And it's gonna do that for the whole scene. It's gonna take a while. Boom. There we go. So now,
What did you snap it to?
what did I what?
What did you snap it to?
The joint. So I looked at the rig's joints. So I went into channel box right here, and then went to the joints layer, and I turned that on. So
Okay.
you can see them appear in the scene. They're like really small in here, but they're there nonetheless. And yeah, so I used the joint as the driver, and then that locator for the hip as the driven, and then I tracked that. I'm going to do the same now for the rest of these joints, or the joints and the other locators in the scene. So I'm clicking the knee joint and then the knee locator. I'm just doing a red 9, snap transforms. It's just going to think about that for a little bit. I'm going to do the same for this joint down here, ankle joint, then ankle locator. And then I'm going to snap transforms. All right. So now we can double check whether or not this is going to work. So let's go into our foot controls. Let's find out if we're on IK, FK. So let's switch over to FK, which is 2 right here. Boom. You'll see it's immediately displaced. But if we go in here, oh wait, where's the rotator? Is this upper leg? Oh, it's right here, right? Yeah, hip FK. There we go. So I can click that locator with all that baked down rotation data on it, and then since that's going to be our driver, then the FK leg is the driven, and I'm just going to do snap transforms. I'm going to turn off translation because we don't normally move translation around with these. So let's see if this works. Let's see if it's garbage. We're about to find out. It is garbage. Confirmed garbage. Frick. All right, let me try something else. I'm just going to Control Z that. There we go. So driver driven. Okay, I could do that. It's a bit lame though. What about that? So I'm just gonna turn on snap transform as well, or translation, my bad. And rotation, let's see if that helps it. Yeah, it looks like it did. Looks like it did. However, I don't see the leg moving with it anymore. So this could just potentially not work with the rig. Let's see. Ah, no, it was just a display error, I believe. Okay, yeah. So let's go through, and I need to go to IKFK switch and delete all these other keys on here, since it's immediately going back into IK. So let's go here. So hopefully this works. Yeah, it looks like it's going to. Hell yeah. Okay, so next step, I'm going to do that with knee locator. So knee locator is the driver. Knee is the driven. Let's make sure that we can. Okay, so this one's translation is frozen, so we need to be sure not to mess with the translation on that. You go back to red 9. I'm going to turn off translation. Do snap transforms. There we go. Weird. It's like half working and half not. It's a shame. That is a shame. Why is that not working? Let's switch back to IK. 0. Ah, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Sammy, this might take a little bit more work on my end to see if I can fix it. Unfortunately, but I'll just keep doing this until the end of class in case anyone else has questions. Feel free to hit me up during. But yeah, this is a little bit more complicated than I thought it would be. Yeah, that's why it's like really nice to have like an IKFK snapper sort of helper tool for this stuff, but it doesn't really come with every rig, you know. So you have this. So I would say for each of the times that these feet lift up, as they're going up, set a key on the little IKFK switch control. And then on the next frame, set it to FK, boom, and set another key. And then you'll have to visually align this leg with where it was the frame before, you know, so it's going to be a little bit annoying. This is what I'm talking about like we could use a script that just does this for us, you know, and normally, or not normally, but sometimes rigs come with them. So I was kind of hoping that it would, but then right here and go. So there we go. So now we have an IK, we have an FK leg in the scene like that now. And then you just have to key the rest of that motion until it touches the ground. So let's go up here and then down, it touches the ground right here. So this is our next like IK frame. So this IK FK switch, the frame before needs to be at 1 to be on FK mode. I'm gonna press S right there. And then, there we go. So this frame, there we go, delete. So you see how that's an FK now, and then it switches back to IK on that specific frame. So then the shame is that if we had the script that switched between them, we could just easily snap those values in there and then key this stuff ourselves. But unfortunately, we don't have a script like that. But this is kind of the process that it would look like, because then you FK, rotate your way back into position here on this frame. And then, there we go. So it needs to be over here. And then you could simply rotate this leg up on the exact frame that you need it to be up. And like, look how nice that curve is right there, right? Like it follows the arc. You probably have to change the timing based on what the video reference does, but like this is why I'm like recommending working in FK, because like you just get the best arc there that you can. It's just straight up like no hyperextension, none of that you have to worry about. It's just right there. But yeah, hopefully I can get you a version of the file with IK, the FK matched to the IK controls. But I don't know, if this rig seems like it might not support that very easily, so you might have to do what I just showed and kind of manually match that stuff for each I don't know what this is called, but yeah, whatever this move is.
I don't know what it's called either. Probably PK, but some French word.
Some French word for sure, yeah. But
Bunch of French words put together. That's all the dance is.
But yeah, this is, I don't know, a good lesson in like IK versus FK, you know? So maybe I might email the guy that made the rig and ask him if he has an IK FK switch for it. But yeah. Yep. That's it, my dudes. That is it. I will see y'all next week. And yeah, feel free to hit me up if you're running into any problems. That's what the Discord's for. I know there's a lot of new software for y'all, so or new techniques for y'all. So you're gonna have some questions, but yeah, feel free to hit me up whenever.
See you next week. Thank you.
See you later.
Thanks, Mike. See ya.
See ya.
Thanks, Mike. See you later.
See you.
Thank you, Molly. Have a good night.
You too. Screen share, stop share.